It's the Tonya Burns Show. Tune in right now. Like and share, our city needs that file. Flint City News got truth to share. When we fight the darkness, we repair. Won't give up, we're standing tall and proud. Voices rising strong, no longer shrouded. Residents deserve what's right and fair. Together we can lift the despair. We fight, we win, we break the chains. Tonya Burns won't stand out in the rain. Our city dreams will make them true. With every step it all renews. Renew, step it all renews.
Good morning, good morning, good morning. Listen, y'all had jokes in the chat. I see. Listen, I really did have some technical problems. Really and truly did. So for those of y'all who had y'all jokes, look, I'm going to send y'all some love too. So good morning, Producer Jay. How are you?
I'm good. How are you? Good morning.
Well, I'm not going to be calling on you for energy. Good morning. You.
Good morning. Good morning.
Oh, that sounds a lot better. Good morning. And good morning to our mods, Sheena Beckton and Patrick Jean. Good morning to y'all. I appreciate you joining us this morning. And listen, good morning, Miss J, Darcia, Brown, Kamala Buford, Tasha Lynn. Listen, y'all know, okay, Mary Davis. I got to go all the way back up. Okay, Avis Hobson. Okay, now y'all, who in there underneath the name Groundhog Wig? Y'all, yeah, Groundhog Wig. Y'all ain't right. And woo, it has been a week. Angela Lynette, JP6. I gotta go down. R. Murphy, Tara, Drulina, AJ, Megan Swanson, Meat Freaks Barbecue. Good morning. Ashiro A. Jones, Gutta Black. Hey. Melissa Zaremski, Reverend Frederick Powell. I think that's Sunflower 34 is what I think that is. Kevin Tate, Sonia, how are you? H Spag, Sequoia. Now, if I messed that name up, y'all, don't blame me. Look, but I named my kids some names they could not even spell. Kathleen Trouser, Tara, Elizabeth, Reed Johnson, good morning. Merck 76. Now, who was the one said Tanya be later on funeral? Every day. Who said that one? And I got, Sir Daryl, Avis Hopkins, Big Shady Lab. Big Shady be on it. Big Shady. Bobby Jones, sending you some love. Bobby Jones, how you doing? And y'all, Bobby Jones, him and my daughter share the same birthday. He is a retired firefighter in Saginaw. And I think he was kind of like my daughter's should have been, but treated her like he was the godfather. Always got her wonderful gifts. Just always showed her love and his positivity. And Bobby, good morning to you and your lovely wife. Y'all know I can't get Denise Cussin, Ramon Stripling, Adams Barb's Adam, Martha Sims from the 5280. We roll it, and thank you for rolling with me. I'll actually be in Denver probably in July. Christine Chandler, and I ain't going. Good morning. M. Kersey, Martha Sims. Look, y'all, I'm going to blame today on producer Jay. But listen, it was rough getting on. Jeremiah Jackson, good morning. I was just talking about you. From the D, Jeremiah Jackson plays, is it the bass cello? He plays a cello. Good morning, Sir Daryl. Diane, I think you sent me a text. I meant to call you. Look, I ran out of time. So to the Thornton twins, I am sorry. After the show, when you see it ends, give me a call. You got my number. Give me a call after the show. Good morning, Sherry Allen. He plays the upright bass. That is a huge instrument, y'all. A huge instrument. So listen, if you survive, Lydia McNeely, if y'all, this is Surviving Flint City Council. And my darn eyelash. Look, this is Surviving Flint City Council. So if you are here, you survived it, because this week was a mess. I'm not going to even lie. The disrespect has been continuous to the residents. Continuous. I've never seen anything like it. And yesterday, they made up a rule. Liddell literally instructed the Flint police officers to remove Arthur Woodson with a non-existent rule. We do not have a rule. We do not have a rule that you can throw out council members. She told a lie, LIE. She told a lie and said, yep, he's violent. You can't talk to the city clerk. You can't talk to the clerk, or you can't talk to the what's the other one? The city attorney. You can't talk to him. That's just not true. It's just not true. And she instructed the police officer to violate his oath. He violated his oath. And Chief Green needs to let them know something's wrong with her. You know, she instructed him and then had a little smirk on her, a little smirk on her. And like, yeah, I'm throwing you out. I know I'm lying. I mean, Woodson, you should have a case. You were removed illegally from a meeting. We do not have we do not have anything that you can, you can't talk to you're violating the public safety. We have never adopted, voted on. Officers can only enforce the law. That's it. I mean, she could come and say, you going to the bathroom per our public safety rules and throw you out. It's not a rule. It's not a law. We have not voted on. She instructed the officer to do something. That was a lie. But if you survived that, look, y'all give yourself a round of applause, because she was crazy. It was crazy yesterday. So I was not going to stay. Sorry, not. The budget part we're going to get into today. There's a $68 million budget. We took in 64. We've been following this. They're spending 68, saying, hey, we'll get the money later. Just trust us. Not. They just closed Flint Job Corps here in Flint. That's done. The students who are housed there put out, or whatever they're saying. And so, no, there is no trust. We're getting these grants later. What do we have now? The budget states on page 61, Article 7, Finance, we must pass the balanced budget. But we're going to get into this, y'all. So let's do this. But before we do this, Christine Chandler, they weaponized the police against the residents. The officers need to know the rules too. Absolutely. Because there is no public safety rule. You can't talk to the city clerk and the city attorney. I mean, this obsessiveness is just crazy. It's just crazy. And you can't do it. So, Producer Jay, if I take a Benadryl, I might be out today.
What's up?
Sheena says, wait, they closed Job Corps? Yeah, Job Corps is closed. Yeah. Look, we could just almost do comments and call-ins, y'all. But look, we're going to do call-ins at the end. So make sure that y'all be ready to call in. Because look, we're going to chat it up. And I might have my stalker call in. We've been singing songs the last couple times. Sent them 15 Bible verses. So 15 of them. So listen, Producer Jay, are we ready?
Yeah, we ready. Give me a second.
So the first part that we're going to get into, y'all, and I'm going to show y'all how they violated the charter in October. Y'all not going to believe it. We're going to go over yesterday. So listen, anybody who watched that meeting, you should be entitled to some type of government assistance for messing with your mental stability because yesterday was ridiculous. So here we go, and we're going to start at the point where yesterday's meeting was to adopt a budget, some other, and that $29.5 million administrative consent order, which they kept trying to say, I'm going to show you later too, that Councilman Murphy just loved. Not true. And we're going to get into that. But yesterday, we had a lot of interesting. You got Jason, We the People, and I don't know the other guy's name. He did tell us all off, including me. Let them get their 3 minutes and let them go about their way. So let's do this.
Thank you. Next public speaker, Madam Clerk.
The next speaker is AC Dumas.
Good evening. My name is AC Dumas, and I am a resident of the 3rd Ward and have been a resident of the 3rd Ward for 42 years. I want to make a few quotes. The late Reverend Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. said, "Truth crushed to the ground shall rise again." The Bible records 6 things that God hates. 7th is an abomination unto him. Them that soweth discord among the people. God hates, and it is an abomination. And lastly, Chris Del Moroni, community activist for many years, he said, "Those who stay will pay." And I said all that because 4th Ward Judy Priestley sent an email to the Flint City Clerk challenging my residency. I want to let you know I did file a FOIA, and the city attorney is preparing my FOIA for her email that she sent to the clerk. Each of you filed an affidavit of identity and receipt, this right here. And on that, you purge yourself if you file something incorrect or not truthful. I filed this one, the 1st, January 21, 2025, and it was notarized by Gloria Boone. On 6/14/24, I filed this running for office, 3rd Ward City Council, and it was notarized by Jennifer A. Evans on 6/14/24. And finally, on 4/19/2021, I filed this with the Flint City Clerk's office. And again, it was notarized by Gloria A. Boone. And I'm saying all that, and to add to that I made sure I went down and picked up from the city of Flint my address where I lived, where I've been voting, and also homestead. And the homestead is where you live. And you cannot vote. You can vote where you live. So Ms. Priestley to suggest, remember, he that soweth discord among the people is an abomination to God. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there the next public speaker, please, Madam Clerk?
The next speaker is Jason We the People.
I'm sorry, Madam Clerk. Yes, so We the People is not a last name. Our speaker slips have to be filled out with first and last names. The speaker will not be able to speak.
That is a 100% First Amendment violation. We don't need to fill your
Please cut the
paperwork
mic, Madam Clerk,
anyway.
because he does not have the floor.
Public statement right here. Request for
Point of order.
immediate budget.
Point of,
Please step away from the lectern, sir, as
of
you do
order.
not have the floor. I'm sorry, I'm trying to get it. I just need him to remove himself and stop talking.
Madam Chair.
Go ahead.
Madam Chair, to you,
Mhm.
through the clerk, what is the process if the name that he puts down on there? Is it required that he put his actual names? I believe we've been through this before.
So according to the council rules, Rule 29.3, members of the public who wish to address city council or its committees must register before the meeting begins. It does not say anything about names or anything like that. It's just a form we have to fill out. We have differences of opinion as far as attorneys go, but the rule says that they must register. It does not say register with their formal name or anything like that.
All right, thank you, Madam Clerk, because I know I have, that is what I was told also. Thank you.
So, Madam Clerk, you and I had a meeting with the city attorney regarding this, correct?
That is correct.
And the city attorney stated that that is not a name, correct? And that it had to be their first and last name, correct?
She said they should fill it out with their name. She did.
Thank you. No, 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 no. The city attorney was very clear in our meeting, Madam Clerk. And so you do not have the floor. Anyone yelling out does not have the floor. I'm going to ask you to have a seat, and the next time that you fill out a speaker slip, to please put your correct name. That's fine. That's your first warning. That is your second warning. Officers, this man is removed from the meeting.
You know what? Listen, point of order.
What is your point?
Through you two, we got 5 people here. And I mean, let the people speak and we can move on. I mean, I have a question regarding to the city clerk because the attorney has also stated.
Request for information.
What is your request?
Isn't that also written on the speaker slip?
Yes.
Okay, so I wanted to make sure that's clear that they have how the speaker slip is supposed to be filled out on the speaker slip. Thank you.
Order.
What is your point of order, Ms.
I
Burns?
have had an opinion from the attorney. Through you to the city clerk, to the city attorney. Attorney Cups, are you required to put your last name? Because I know different city attorneys have had difference of opinions. Exactly. I was also told you didn't have to check the box.
I was not privy to the discussion between certain council members and/or the clerk and the city attorney. So if that's the legal advice that was given by the city attorney, I report to the city attorney and I would abide by her advice.
I didn't hear you.
Sir, that is your first warning.
I didn't hear you, attorney.
Ma'am, that is your first warning.
Okay.
Awesome. That's your second warning. You are removed from this meeting.
Okay, I will be leaving this meeting because this is ridiculous. I'm not going to do this. I'm not. You want to throw everybody out.
The Sixth Ward appreciates you being derelict of duty. The Sixth Ward appreciates you being derelict of duty.
Don't.
You are choosing to not do your job. You are openly choosing to not do your job.
You know what? Yeah. You learn how to talk to people.
I didn't talk to anyone in any way, so you can try to do. That is your second warning. You are removed. 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 As I was stating, this council meeting, which is affecting over 100 people's jobs, is now ending because Councilwoman in the Sixth Ward is deciding to leave and not do her job based off of someone not wanting to follow a council rule. So let it be stated on the record that the reason that this meeting did not continue is because the council person in the 6th ward chose not to do her job. She chose to leave the meeting because someone did not want to follow the rules. According to the Open Meetings Act, the council sets their rules. According to our speaker slips, those speaker slips say fill it out with your full name. We the people is not a full name. According to our council rules, the chair has the ability to decide whether or not someone gets the floor. Therefore, in accordance with my decision, that person was asked to have a seat. They refused to have a seat, so they were ejected from the meeting, in which case Ms. Burns chose to leave and not do her job over someone who does not want to follow the council rules. Ma'am, you need to leave these chambers. Well, you need to leave these chambers. You need to leave the chambers. That's your first warning. That's your second warning. Leave the chamber. Officers, them yelling from the hallway is still being disorderly. Madam Clerk, were there members of the council who stated they will not be in this meeting this evening? Officers, he is still being disorderly. Mr. Woodson, that's your first warning. Mr. Woodson, that is your first warning. This meeting was not adjourned. You are speaking out. That's your first warning.
The 5th Ward Councilwoman Winfrey Carter stated that she would not be in attendance. The 8th Ward Councilman Pfeiffer stated that if he were to come, he would not be able to make it before 7:30. And the 9th Ward Councilmember Jarrett stated that he was out of town and he could not make it by 5:30. He wasn't sure if he would be able to make it at all.
All right.
Madam Chair.
Yes, Councilwoman in the 2nd ward.
Yeah, so he said that he don't know if he'd be able to make it on time. So will it be a suggestion for us to stay at ease?
So, Madam Clerk, would you please establish whether or not Mr. Pfeiffer is still able to make it at 7:30? And would you please be able to establish when Councilman Jarrett will make it, what time? Council will remain at ease. We are still in a meeting. Even though we are at ease, you are still under the disorderly person city code subsection.
Yeah, you can talk.
Okay, let's pause right there.
Burns,
Yeah.
Had you already gotten on the elevator at that point? And
I was in my car. Okay. Let's be clear. I was in my car. Her quorum was broken. At ease was not. Look, you seen everybody out because all the officers came out into the hallway. And they were like, and because Jason, we the people, and Jason, look, please don't come on here and cuss out everybody in my chat, please. Thank you. And Jason was out there, and the other gentleman was out there, and there were other people. And the Flint police did come. It's like, no, we have to make sure Councilman Burns, gets out. Okay, I said, I'm fine. Look, I need them to get, and the officers were great. They're tired of being weaponized against the people. Flint police officers are tired of being weaponized against the people. They did make sure I got down to my car, to my vehicle, say. And so I was gone. Listen, quorum was broken. That meeting was up and she was still throwing out people. No, they're crazy. Let's call it what it is. We're not going to be crazy. And this behavior was nuts. You have a budget with all these, we have to, all these people are going to lose their jobs. First of all, why are we paying people with ARPA salaries? That's not a sustainable fund. That doesn't even come out the general revenue, which means we can't afford to have them anyways. And so when she asked the clerk, we'll get into that after the last part, because the quorum is broken. Woodson is getting ready to be thrown on. I think some other people as we continue. So this is just insanity. It's insanity. And so when you don't know the rules or what's going on, then some people may tend to believe, but I'm at the end of this. So one, the city attorney says, the city clerk said, you should register. They should put their last name. She didn't say you shall or you must. She didn't say you shall or must. And I'm going to tell you why. Thank you to Attorney Terry Johnson. Shout out to you every day of the week. I go to court, or we go to court this Tuesday with Doug. I stay in court so much, y'all. This is crazy. This is crazy. And so, and to Attorney Tom Lambert. Tom Lambert is a constitutional attorney. So if y'all remember when we were supposed to be stuck with Judge Kelly every day from 9 to 4 until we decide to pick someone in the third ward, behind closed doors, without public speaking, not having it publicly posted, all of that good stuff. Yeah, my really good attorneys, look, Tom is in Grand Rapids, by the way, the 7th richest county in the state of Michigan, because they got Grand Rapids, a church over there, got Pastor Thompson St. Mark money. So I'm just saying, out of 83 counties. That was just a sidebar. So he tells me, he says, and I'm going to tell y'all, I'm thankful that God sends me people in my life, in my way, because I literally didn't even tell my attorney about that stuff, about the court thing. He literally called me, and they're not from this area. And he says, he didn't even say hello, as a matter of fact. He said, so, and this was on a Friday, he said, so when were you going to tell me about this BS? And I said, I was going to do it Saturday because it's Friday night, and Friday night, y'all know, as date night with your spouses, or whereas it'd be date night with your wife. And I said, I wasn't going to call you, Terry. I said, till tomorrow, Saturday. And he says, no, get something to write with. We got work to do. I'm sick of this. And so that was my first call. Then my second one was it Jim Mikowski, and then Tom Lambert. And Tom told me, don't say nothing, Tonya. You take the fifth. I said, the fifth, like you be saying on Perry Mason. He said, exactly. Don't say anything, because they're in violation of the Open Meetings Act, the U.S. Constitution. And so he said, you guys can't deliberate. What have you said? Because he wasn't representing everybody else. And so he's getting into this, and he says, okay, I'm going to send you a case, because you guys are making decisions without the public being involved. The public has rights too. The public has rights, and they trample on the public's rights, the administration, the council staff rights, and their colleagues. And the only thing that's going to stop them at this point is being sued, I think, because nothing else is hitting with them. Nothing. So Tom in Grand Rapids, the attorney, he says, look, I'm going to send you Booth versus Wyoming, Booth Print Media versus Wyoming. He says is exactly what it states. It's against the Kent County or Wyoming City Council. Same thing. He says, you continue to take that fifth. He says, because y'all already in violation. because you were put behind to make decisions. I said, but technically, really, I was really doing crossword puzzles because I know, I actually have read our Open Meetings Act, and it talks about going into executive session, how you got to vote to go in, how you vote to go in. You can't really say it's right. And it's specific rules. You can Google it. Also, the Michigan Open Meetings Act, because here's the part why I do the show, to educate people, because these people will trample all over your rights. They will. So the Booth versus Wyoming, I sent it to our attorney. They had an attorney, Barry Wolf. They split the council in 4. And the 4 of us had Michael Giltner. They were calling him the public defender, but Terry was like, no, you tell him to do this. You need to do this, and he needs to do that. And Tom and Jim. And so we presented that to him, and we got out of being stuck there because it's a violation. We were literally making decisions behind closed doors, locked doors, without the public being able to weigh in. We have to hear the public before we make decisions. Just like the public hearings, if we say close a street, it has to be a public hearing. The public has to hear you. So the part that they make the rules up and lie, they outright lie. And they don't mind. And there's no consideration. It's not as if someone is saying, okay, I may be a little confused, but let me err on the side of caution. They're so nasty with it. Okay, sir, that's your warning. That's my warning. That's your second warning. And then they throw you out. The energy is terrible. It's diabolical, the behavior. And so, as you stated, Producer Jay, I was gone. I was in my car. They had no quorum and they were still making decisions. So what people can do is make a complaint to the Attorney General. The date on this is 5/30. You can put the date on it because we need to inundate the Attorney General with this because they keep violating people's rights. And I'm going to continue to show you this. They're violating people. They had no quorum. I was gone. Once you decided to shut down public speaking, I'm not going to stay where you're disrespecting the public per the Flint City Charter, page 26, section 3-104. You must show respect and decorum to the constituents as well as your colleagues. That is the charter. The loud talking, the abrasive tone, the condescending remarks. I'm not going to do that because we do have a budget and the budget is very serious. This is the budget. There's questions that I want to know about. It's things that we want to know. You have 64 million, you minus 68, you got a $4 million deficit. This is a deficit budget. If you don't have the money today, it doesn't mean we're going to pass this budget or it's going to be balanced, not today, but it'll be balanced in July, or it's going to be balanced in September, or hopefully in October, or we kind of think it's going to be in November. No, it says we're supposed to pass a balanced budget the first Monday of every June. This budget isn't balanced. They're waiting to get grants in. They're waiting to get other funds. It means it's not balanced. The disrespect, the dishonesty, the discord that is continuously sown in those council chambers is not something I can't tolerate it. And I don't think people get you have lives. I don't think people understand that when you sit there, you may hear what's on the mic, but there's a whole other stuff outside the mic. What I'm not used to, and I won't ever get used to, is watching people be bullied. And it's bullying. They bully people, they bully the audience, they try to bully their colleagues, they make inflammatory statements, they gaslight this community, just like I'm leaving. What was all that extra for? Okay, because David Peachy, and that man don't even like me. I'm going to play his later. He was like, 6th Ward gets everything. 6th Ward has everything. Because I work hard for my residents and actually work hard for some of hers and Liddell's because they don't answer their phones or the residents just simply don't like them. And so when we talk about that, being in those chambers, and people like, oh, I hate it when she lets her gas. No, I had the floor last week. You going to, depending on how you treat the people, because there's so much disrespect. I'm not going to allow people to talk to me crazy. I'm not going to do it. I'm going to meet you where you at. I'm not going to do it. I'm going to stand with the people, period. I'm not thinking about Liddell want to crack jokes. Look, I can do it too. We're going to both be some unpaid comedians. People need to hold her accountable. She's there just to cause problems. She'll break quorum. She's a nasty, vile individual. And by the way, if she's listening today, we need her to click like, share, and we need her to donate, because her favorite show is clearly Talking with Tonya. And she's going to learn today. She's, oh, you never learn anything. Well, you're going to learn again today about the Open Meetings Act and how you keep violating it. And you could be fined and be charged with the misdemeanor. So that's going to be her today's lesson, what she can be watching. And so another thing, she got over in that little cuckoo for Cocoa Puffs. Someone sent me this little weirdo over there, Ronald Prevail, who was putting up my ex's address or the phone number. That ain't the smoke you want over here. I'm just telling you. Ronald Prevail. Okay. I'm just telling you, because you play with people's lives, and you can come to my house all day where I stay, but I'm gonna suggest you don't go out there, because that's not gonna be that smart. And don't be surprised if they come see you. I wouldn't do that. You come to my house. When you dox people, they need to be careful. You come to my house all day. People come to my house. One of attorneys, McDonald, is in my ward. He came to my house because the mayor told him I did not live here. Okay, well, I don't know where I'm living then, because I know where I be. I know where I be. And so they are passing this thing. Oh, she don't live here. Yeah, I do. But you go out to that house in Flushing if you want to. Like, this is the college house I live in. Now, ain't no closet space. Y'all know them closets this big. This big. I don't know who them closets was for. They had 2 pairs of pants, 3 dresses, 2 skirts, and 2 pairs of shoes. These closets is not for me. Everybody has been to my house. Literally, y'all, everybody. Even the people in the comments. Kevin Tate just got out the possum. That was in my possum gate. I had the possum. Everybody. You name it. What's in all the time? Not all the time. Numerous times. I'm gonna say all the time. You name them who have been here. So this thing, we want to recall you. She should be recalled for not living in the city. Yeah, nice try. They put a whole Apple track on my car. Didn't work. Okay. My city phone, they have track it. And let me tell you, here's another thing, y'all. Y'all know how much I've called into 911, and I've been to 911 center. My 911 calls, when you call 911 from wherever your location, is pinged. And so literally, I'm looking at it, I said, oh God, so you guys have my address. Where my call has went out to 911, literally probably over 100 calls. It pings where my address is at, where I'm at. So they can keep following me. And I don't even follow because they know. So Ronald Prevail, you probably didn't tore your behind because really, I've been through this doxing thing. Dox me all you want to, but doxing him is not a smart thing. Not a smart thing. And the pettiness that he has. So Ronald Prevail, but he also used the name before Shoemaker, and with his fuddy-duddy looking self, talking about this gal something in the necktie party. But I'm gonna put that up. But we're gonna get back onto this crazy. Sorry for the sidebar, y'all. This week has been a lot. But I want people to understand, I'm not gonna allow them to talk to me crazy. So when people say, Arthur Woodson, I disagree with you, and your conversation should have been a private one, even though I disagree. I disagree because it's things. How many times he'd have been arrested, thrown out? I have a whole one stalker, two. I didn't have 5. I get calls all the time, all the time. So what I am is a human. What I am is sick of Liddell and Candace and even Judy's nasty attitude. You know, you can't say I want to be nice to you today. And Judy was nice before she got there. Yes, you know, before Liddell got there. And I told her, I said, don't speak to me, Judy. Don't ask me about, first of all, we are not friends. Don't ask me about what time do you have to leave, Tonya? How long? And she had band practice. You know, don't do that. And I told her, I said, Judy, you talk very nasty when you with Liddell. So no, we don't talk. And that's where I am. That was before we got there, before Liddell got there. And I think the disrespect, people get tired. And so people with their comments, oh, we hate for her to get underneath Tonya's skin. And listen, I'm going to stand for the people. And here's the thing. If I don't stand up for myself, I can't stand up for any of you. If I don't stand up for myself, I can't stand up for any of you. And that is something I believe in. And the thing that rings in my head is the water crisis. For 18 months, nobody said nothing. Nothing. They were quiet. Absolutely quiet. Nobody had the courage. Why did we have emergency management? Because the governor stated the city council and the mayor did not have the will to govern the city. They said that the city council and the mayor did not have the will to govern. I'm going to speak up. And if people don't like it, thank you for that. And leave that up while I'm talking, please. If they don't like it, people don't have to watch my podcast or nothing else. But I speak up for people. I detest a bully. I detest a bully. I detest the disrespect that the residents get. I detest the lack of respect that the council members get. When they're angry, they go after the staff. If you're not doing what they're saying, what they tell you to do. So I'm gonna check her. And like I said, if she want to go there with me, oh, I got jokes too. So we can go there. I'm not gonna play with her. I'm respectful to you when you're respectful to me. Flint is not like any other city. Flint is a whole different other beast. It is not like you can just come in here and everything's tulips and sunflowers and sunny. It's not that. Flint has got some tough people. Flint has got some resilient people. They do. So as he has up here, if you want to report yesterday, on May 30th, that they continue to have a meeting. They continue to have a meeting when Quorum was broke. Here's the Department of Attorney General at 525 West Ottawa Street, Lansing, Michigan, 48906. Phone number 517-335-7622, because they're violating and stopping the order of business. You can make a report to them, because that's what's going to stop them. I will be making a report because, look, your girl was in her car. I mean, I stopped before I went with my mother. I went to the taco house. I had to get something I hadn't eaten. I had come from off the road to that. I don't even know what to call that mess. And, let them talk. Even the police were saying, why can't they get their 3 minutes? Because you got the 3 minute, we're not going to let you get your 3 minutes ban. We're going to spend 45 minutes to not let one person get their 3 minutes. We will spend 45 minutes to let one person not get their 3 minutes. It's insanity. It's insanity. Absolute insanity. So,
those little bitty people that little crowd that they had in there last night, the public speaking was probably almost over.
Thank you.
So I mean, if you can't, they always make they're hypocrites. They always make the comment, well, you always get upset when Doug Matthews gets up there and screams and says his little BS. And then, right. But they can't sit there and listen to someone that they don't like. It's hypocrite.
Right. And the gentleman before then said, He told me off too. The one that is with Jason. I just sat there because, okay, you get 3 minutes and it's done, and I'm okay with that. That is having a thick skin. And when people say they get upset, oh, she shouldn't say anything to Liddell and Vader. And no, she takes the floor. And people don't pay attention. Every time I talk, she takes the floor. Every time. Now, she want to go head up. Look, Liddell, I'm not the one. I detest a bully. I detest their nastiness. I can't stand to see residents who have been through so much, who literally have Flint fatigue, be targeted by a nasty person who calls them janky. Talked about the water, talked about the school. They janky, y'all janky, y'all janky. She had no investment in Flint, and she called people janky. So to those who are upset, your support is on the wrong end. Because I've defended all of them, who a lot of them that had something to say. I'm not going to be quiet. I'm not, and it irritates me to where she constantly goes after Councilman Pfeiffer and uses the race thing and the monkey, because he can't, say too much to her because she beats him down with, that's why you called me a monkey. What she is not is a victim. What she is a big old nasty person. She's nasty. She's rude, disrespectful. She treats the residents just terrible. Terrible. And so Flint is made of resilient people. People in Flint don't sit down and take no crap. I'm not going to sit down and be quiet. I'm not going to do it. Oh, Liddell's beating me down. Liddell and Candace are talking crazy to me because they tried that and called me a hood rat. Literally, Candace did an hour and a half just staring at me. I'm like, this girl's so cool. Just staring like a stare down. I'm like, what are you doing? Literally turn her head sideways. And so when we talk about all this odd, weird behavior, I think people have to understand that part, and what they've done. And then you have, they carry the mayor's water for him, his agenda. He's called us insurrectionists. He's called us obstructionists. And nothing states we have to meet with the mayor. If the mayor was right, people would meet with him. Mayor need to come up and talk in the people's chambers. The mayor called the meeting. He should have had himself there to talk to the residents. He called that meeting. Now, he wasn't there. You want me to deal with this mess? No, that wasn't business. By the time when we stopped, 7 people got thrown out. 7. So let's finish the rest of this because it's some more gonna get thrown out. Where's the volume?
Oh, they're not talking right now.
Oh.
They're calling y'all. They're calling your colleagues.
Yeah.
Don't worry about it. That is your second warning. You are removed. That is your second warning. Officers, Arthur Woodson has been removed from this meeting. Arthur Woodson has been removed from this meeting. Not RL, Arthur.
Even name was confused.
I literally just said we are at ease and still under the disorder person city code subsection. You did. And then also in the corporate clerk. No, or the city attorney. Yeah. He needs to go.
Okay, yeah, officer. Yeah, so we cannot, yes, he is removed from the meeting. You cannot approach the attorney nor get advice or the clerk during the meeting. And that's according to our safety plan. Thank you.
He is removed from this meeting.
It is the rules to our safety plan. Thank you.
He never said what? He never said what? Oh, I missed that.
Okay. So let's put up, y'all, the safety plan does not exist. Can you put that up for me before we put up the other one? So in the safety plan, Liddell just lied, and these officers are certified. They can lose their certification by not enforcing laws that do not exist. They do not exist. So in this safety plan, which she talked about, first of all, council did not vote on this. We did not. This is not a true thing. You can't enforce something that's not a law. So T. Fisher's enhanced public safety plan measures a city council. It says nothing about what she did. She just lied, outright lie, and people need to sue her personally because she knows she is. I've addressed this with her before during meetings that she's lying. So it's a chief police assures public of enhanced safety plans. This came after October 14, the conspiracy to incite a riot that no one has been arrested for. No one. So it says, in light of recent events, including an incident involving a firearm at a city council meeting, I want to take this opportunity to ensure the public that the safety of our community and the integrity of our city council proceedings remain our top priorities. My team and I have conducted a thorough analysis of our security protocols and have implemented several measures to enhance safety for both the public and our city council members. Here are some of the key safety measures we have already put in place: increase police presence, enhance public safety, enhance staffing for potential disturbances. Number 3, police escorts. We have provided council members with police escorts to and from city council meetings, perimeter security, video surveillance, social media monitoring, and investigation of threats. We aggressively investigate threats and harassment complaints against city council. Y'all, my stop, whoever this fool is, 9 times, I think it was the last week that they called Chief Green. I'm getting ready to get on you about this because you ain't doing number 7, but we didn't vote on this. In addition to enhanced public safety measures, we will enforce city council rules related to council meetings and the council itself. We understand the critical role that city council meetings play in allowing citizens to voice their concerns, and it is our duty as the lead police agency in Flint to ensure these proceedings are conducted in a secure and respectful environment. I urge the public to adhere to protocols established by the city council and engage your discussions with professionalism and respect. Your cooperation is essential in this environment where everyone feels safe to express their views. There is nothing about you cannot talk to the city clerk. She making up stuff, and we ain't voted on none of this. We have not voted on, and so she needs to stop. This was basically a suggestion, And so for her to say that, it's just crazy. I mean, she makes up stuff and then runs with it. They are some liars. They instructed those officers to remove Arthur Woodson because he was talking to this, he was going to talk to the city clerk or going to talk to the city attorney. He's a resident. Those are public workers. He can talk to them. The I don't even know what do you call it? The idiocracy of their statement that they can't talk to him is crazy. They're public, they work for the public, and he can't talk to them. She made up a lie and said, officers, that's a public safety plan. You know, he can't talk to the city clerk or talk to the city attorney. I have talked to the city clerk and the city attorney. I can't count how many times. You can talk to them. It is a lie. It is a very bad lie. And Liddell instructed a police officer to break the law. Liddell Lewis and Candace Mashat instructed a licensed police officer who's certified to break the law. So, I mean, I have not talked to Woodson about this, but he needs to, I mean, we got enough lawsuits, 50 million for the Mitchell boys, 10 million for Police Chief Barton. We got the police fire marshal. He's suing. We got Faith, who worked down in the Navigators over them, resiliency officer or whatever. She's suing. I mean, we got so many people who are suing. And then here it is, they making all these cases. So, and it's funny, you got Doug and Jerry asking, and them over there in the Minister Society group over there, what is the $63,000 for Butzel? It's what they spent on me and lost the case. So we need to be suing. The city needs to garnish Liddell, the five of them, Liddell, Judy, Leon. No, Leon, was Leon there then? No, it was Eva. Eva's not there.
He's no longer Leon.
Oh, he been Abdul. Abdul. He been Abdul. He's Abdul El Alameda. Now they need to sue them. So that's where the 63,000. Like I have this thing this secret thing going on but Butzel. No, my attorneys are not Butzel dum-dums. So them dum-dums need to. The city has not paid for my attorney at all. So that's 63,000 is what they paid to take me to court to remove me for 30 days. I went to court. I won my case. Judge Brian Piquel wrote a 22-page decision, and then they're taking it to State of Appeals. It's somewhere up there now, but they got so many other cases. So this is how they waste money. And then literally when they put me, it was because she said, Judy, I told Judy, be quiet or whatever, and I turned my back on Quincy. Yeah, those are not, I didn't break no laws, and they lost, and I'm not done with them yet, by the way. And so when we talk about they make up laws, Liddell and Candace instructed them to break the law. They removed someone from the meeting illegally, which is a violation of the Open Meeting Acts. You have a responsibility as the chair, and they're both chairs, they're interim till August, to know the rules and not abuse the rules to go against the resident. Actually, they used a non-rule, told the officer it was a rule, and had him removed. She used a non-rule. So now here it goes. Now the question was when they removed Jason, and this is in the Open Meetings Act, attending open meetings. Can you put that one up? It's got the red box on it. Is he texting me for? Sorry, y'all. You're gonna have to give me a minute. So those of you, I just got a text message. Give me a minute. I need to check on Ken, his good friend. He just texted me. Officer Enix Wright passed away from the Flint City Police Department. So can you give me a minute, run a commercial real quick, and let me check on him? He just texted me.
Want to grow your business? Advertise with the Tonya Burns Show and unleash your brand's potential. Contact us today for advertising rates. Call 810-354-5843. That's 810-354-5843. Or email hcrcga@gmail.com.
Okay. So say a prayer for his family. Retired Flint police officer Enix Wright. Enix used to come over my house and cocktails. He did. He will be missed. May he rest in heaven, because he was a loyal, faithful servant, and Enix did his job. Enix didn't play with them kids. Enix and Crossland did not play. They didn't play with them, with these young folks. Now that one kind of hit. That hit. So let's go. Let me get this back up on the screen so I can read it. Last saw him at the breakfast with the retired Black police officers. Okay. Attending open meetings so that we know, because you need to know your rights. So what they were saying was, the city clerk said you must register. Didn't say what name, really. It said, she stated, well, you must, Candace was trying to make it, you must put your name. Didn't say legal name or your government name. And she said they should. And it does not say you must, nor did she say shall. So she had an attitude with the clerk. So here's what it says in the Open Meetings Act: attending open meetings, excluding individuals. No one should be excluded from a meeting otherwise open to the public, except for breach of peace actually committed at the meeting. So even with Jedediah Brown, with his, he was excluded from coming to city council, which was crazy. And his order, he had gotten a personal, Mayor Neely got a personal protection order, but he didn't do anything at the meeting. So this will probably be in his case also with Jedediah Brown, because it's clear. No one may be excluded from a meeting otherwise open to the public, except for a breach of the peace actually committed at the meeting. Jedediah did nothing at the meeting. He did nothing. So this is how they're going on. When they don't, they make the laws up as they go. So identifying public attendees. No one may be required to register or otherwise provide his or her name or other information or otherwise to fulfill a condition precedent to attend a public meeting. And this is what I say, they just make this stuff up. Then it goes on, building security at the meeting site may cause issues. Members of the public might object based on the Open Meetings Act to signing in to gain access to a building where public meeting is being held. Therefore, it is recommended, but not mandated, that public bodies meet in facilities or areas subject to public restrictions. If the public body wishes for members of the public to identify themselves at meetings, the board chair may announce like this. The board would appreciate having members of the public attending the meeting today to identify themselves and mention if they would like the opportunity to speak during the public meeting comment period. However, you do not need to give your name to attend this meeting. When the time comes, introduce yourself, and you do not have to do so. Just say pass or whatever. So this mandating, listen, and Attorney Lambert's, you don't have to do it. They make these laws up and they use intimidation from those seats. They rule like tyrants. And so the stuff that they come, and I've never seen so many people who lie on personal protection orders. They go to the courts and use the courts against the people to control. I've never seen so many people do this in my life. I've never, not ever. So, so put up charter section 3-104, please. So section 3-104, we actually have a responsibility to be respectful. So I have stated this: when respect is no longer given, 1, I'm leaving. 2, they violate the Open Meetings Act. I'm not going to be a part of being sued. I stated the problems and I kept going. I'm not going to be a part of that. So section 3-104, responsibilities of city council. As representatives of the city council members are expected to conduct themselves with appropriate decorum, act respectfully with constituents, each other, and other public servants, attend to the duties of their office as outlined in the charter, and become knowledgeable of the City of Flint charter or issues important to the City of Flint and practices of city government. They are blatantly disrespectful and not following the charter. There's no decorum, and they darn sure don't respect the constituents. They don't. So that was the reason why I also left, because there was no respect given to constituents. 7 people got thrown out. 7 people. Now they talk about passing the budget. You have 5 people. 1 person leave, you ain't got a quorum. They were throwing people out without a quorum. That's a violation of the Open Meetings Act. In order to throw people out, you have to have a meeting with an established quorum. Quorum was broken even before about 7-8 minutes before they decided to do it at ease. They're just so loosey-goosey with it because they lie about stuff. That's what they just continue to do, is keep lying. They just continue to keep lying. And so I'm going to show you another time. No, let's do the producer Jay. Can we put on the, we got to run the show. So we can do the run the show with the 8102 Flint. I'm sure they warning people again. This is every meeting, a everyday practice for them. Let's put on the 810 Flint where she throws out, Warren 7 throws out 3, but this is every meeting. They throw out people. You will not be respected while they are chairing the meetings. And I'm going to honestly tell you, when I chaired, only person I had to put out was Councilman Mays. And Councilman Mays put me out. So, or did I leave? So there is just no decorum, no respect. So if we can put that 810 Flint went up and play. And thank you to Xavier. You do an awesome job.
Excuse me, sir. That's your warning. No yelling out. Proceed. Sir, that's your set. Sir, you are removed from. Sir, you are removed. Council. Well, sir, officers, he's still persisting to be disorderly after he was warned twice. He's persisting to be disorderly. This is what starts the chaos and disruption in these chambers. And ma'am, that you too. Yeah, and that is your second warning. And ma'am, ma'am, you have to go as well. Excuse me, officers. Excuse me, officer. She has been warned twice, according to the city code subsection. If you persist to be disorderly, you will be removed from the meeting.
Come on, ladies.
Ma'am, you cannot walk up and down the aisle with that sign. You're being disorderly. You have to be stationary with that sign. And that is your warning. Okay, that's fine. So that is your second warning. Ma'am, please, you are removed from the meeting. All right. We are not. Council is still in session. Sir, that's your warning. No yelling out. Gentleman right here in the white shirt. So you persist, you will be escorted out. RL, that is your warning. No yelling out.
RL.
And we have 4 members here. It is the councilman in the 1st ward, councilwoman in the 2nd ward, councilwoman in the 4th ward, and the councilwoman in the 7th ward have reported to follow through on their elected duties. And so because of that, we have...
Excuse me, ma'am. She has on the brown.
Okay, ma'am. At least you know. That's your warning. And so with that being said, it's important to highlight that the business of the city of Flint must move forward. And we can't move forward with only 4 people that's signing up to do the work. And so highlighting who's here, we would like to say that this special city council meeting is now adjourned at 6:23.
Y'all, you came. They didn't have a quorum that day. This is right after the conspiracy to incite a riot had happened, where Liddell was just pleased as pie that they had come in there to show their behinds, and she was pleased. So it just continues to go. So let's go to the one, because I'm gonna describe. This is October 23rd. So here's the one. Put on your complaint to the Attorney General. Can we put up the one from 10/23/24? They had no quorum, y'all. They had no quorum. So if we can put that in, listen, and we gonna have all of these. I want that y'all can call in at the end, and there is no when Kawana Mack had her sign, there is no such things as a stationary sign. It doesn't exist. It just doesn't exist. Ma'am, you have to have a say, ma'am, you can't walk without. There's no rule that you can't do that. There's no rule that you got to be stationary with a sign. But put up the picture. When the police don't do what she say, Councilwoman Karen's Liddell Lewis on this one, she calls the police chief. She calls the mayor. And there she go, calling him. She weaponizes the police against the people. This day, the police were just like, look, they're not doing nothing. You want us to throw out everybody for no damn reason. She be lying. She's a pathological liar. Just like she said for Arthur Whitson, the safety plan. I read y'all the safety plan. Now, what plan that we have not? Officers have to enforce. They take an oath to enforce the law. They take an oath to enforce the law. She made up a rule that you cannot, at the stationary sign, she made up the rule with Woodson. She put him out that he can't talk to the city attorney. He can't talk to the city clerk per the public safety plan. No, they uphold the law, not her BS. But the officers didn't know that it was not a rule or it was not an ordinance. They did not know. And she sent them to do something she knew that was illegal. She knew it was illegal. And this day, they just like, look, you can walk. There was 4 officers. She was mad because one officer, she was saying, was on his phone or whatever. She couldn't even see. She could not see him to know what he was doing. She could not. So she walking around calling everybody because I'm going to get my way. I'm going to weaponize the police against the resident. I'm going to use the police like I've been using them to control them because I'm on a power trip. And they sit in the Metcalf looking out the window. Sergeant Villarreal is just looking like, I'm sick of this. I'll be glad when August come because we only need one person in. Why? Because we're going to respect the public. They mad. Look, August, y'all, we're going to have donuts. It bothered them when, I was serving donuts in there. We'll greet you at the door. It's a new day, and we're going to serve some donuts. Officers are tired of her mess, her gaslighting. She's so busy. I mean, she literally standing in their face, disrespecting them by lying. She's just a nasty person. So don't expect me to ignore her because I ain't designed like that. I'm not. And one thing I have learned is that when people, like she kept saying, oh, Tonya's broadcasting from her, leave that sign up as we're going over this too, producer Jack. She's broadcasting. Look, she's broadcasting. She's broadcasting the Tonya Burns Show. Listen, I have never commented during no show. Dang showing broadcasting. What I had was budgets in front of me from 2006. No, was it 16? 16 to 2027 in front of me that I was going over. So she was holding up her phone to gas. She's broadcasting. Tonya Burns Show. Yeah. Not like they're going to learn. So you just keep click, like, share, subscribe. And by now, because it's your favorite show, I need her to donate. She claims she's a likability expert. Not at all. Not at all. She's not even likable. Not at all. And so when she says that, and when she's doing that, I'm a checker. Because one thing I learned, when people tell lies, and I look at the lies that were told on Mayor Karen Weaver, they tell lies and somebody will believe them. She knows during those meetings, she has a platform. She knows that it's going out to thousands of people that are going to see it and use it. She's looking at the official Flint City Council. She's looking at Paul's stream with Spectacle TV. She's looking at each individual 810 News Media Group, Arthur Woodson, and it's on Comcast. And Comcast goes out to everybody in our county. And so she has a free audience. So I'm going to check her. I'm going to check her and I'm going to do it. And if y'all don't like it, whoever don't like it, I don't care. I'm not letting, I've seen where people believe stuff about Mayor Karen because I believed it with the lies told. I believed it. And she's with the same person who initiated those lies, Mayor Sheldon Neely. She's with them. Y'all need to meet with the mayor. Ain't nothing in our charter that says we got to meet with the mayor. It's not in there. It's not. No, not unless you're the president of the city council, you should, and let me tell you what she says, well, he reached out to y'all. Now, let me tell you what, the mayor's slick. I'm going to give him that. So he wants to meet so you can say, well, this is what I would like to do in my ward. I would like to pave streets. I want to decorate houses. And next thing you know, all your ideas is his plan. He is a plagiarism pirate. He is a plagiarism pirate. He will take your stuff and put his name on it and claim it as his own because that's what he does. And I'm not telling you what I think. I'm telling you what I know. I'm telling you what I know. And so I'm going to correct people. I know she's using it. She got the Comcast people. She's got the YouTube. She's got the media. And some people will believe those lies. They absolutely will. There are people who've asked me, well, Dennis, she says, I believe, he's a racist. No, he's not. No. Now, depending on the dentist you can get a gentle giant, or you can get the one that will tell you to go F off. And that's just where that's at. She says stuff about me. People wouldn't believe it. I'm streaming because she's like, and her name is on it. Okay, yeah, but if I can go through this budget, and what I was going through, y'all, these check registers where everybody getting, they shopping at some of this stuff. I want to know why I'm not getting a little gift or a Chick-fil-A sandwich or something. Or look, I love that LMA. I love her products. She has really nice, beautiful whipped, it smells really good shea butter. So I'm going through stuff, and also this budget. So the mess that she keeps up going is just ridiculous. So absolutely, I'm a checker. And what else I've been going through, because I'm gonna share this with y'all. As you can see, but you got to go page by page. I finally got and I didn't get it from the city of Flint, y'all. This is 2 years. 2 years. Where it is the service lines. We've attached a list of addresses that will be identified and replaced during the Flint service line project. Those with the line status of unknown will be hydrovac. And I got a question, they're not supposed to be hydrovacing. So I didn't have to check. That wasn't an agreement. We really ain't got an agreement now because they done voted for the ACO. Those with lead galvanized service lines line are undetermined to be anything other than copper during hydro excavation will either be replaced or cut and capped, depending on the status of the account. So what I have been doing is going through the list. And the list is highlighting the ones in my ward because I'm going to knock the doors myself. And so I do have some that are in my ward. And so I've heard what people going through, them going on knocking these doors. I want people, we need to be 100%. I'm not satisfied with almost there. I got several on Bagold Street. Literally several, more than 10. Barth Street. And so I finally have gotten, like I say, the list. And that's what, when she's saying I'm going something, no, I'm doing real work, girl. I'm making sure people who got lead service lines get a knock on the door from me. So also looking to have people, because if we can get the list, who will help go door to door, because this list is long. It's long, and these are not all my wards. This is every ward. And a lot of these streets, most of them, I know where they're at. I know where they're at. So this is what I'm going over, knocking these doors. So what's that? Okay, producer J Biz. Y'all listen. Look, tip the producer because he is doing a marvelous job. It is $ cash app $ producer J 1987. Producer J.
Thank you all that, but you ain't all that. And when you're sitting next to me talking through the mask and tongue me, you see people acting bodacious. You sitting up in that chair acting what we call bodacious.
Wait a minute. Not bodacious. Oh God. So listen, y'all. Producer Jay, thank you for that. Look. Thank you for that one.
He was talking to Liddell both times.
Because she's son. Look, that deserves a second play. Can we play that again?
Yeah, give me 1 second.
You think you all that, but you ain't all that. And when you're sitting next to me talking through the mask and tongue me, you see people acting bodacious. You sitting up in that chair acting what we call bodacious.
Listen, thank you for that one. Because she be in that seat just, oh my God. Them two instructing officers to break the law and everything else. So listen, Producer Jay, I can't with you. I did not know you had put that together. I did not. I had no knowledge that you had did that one at all. But listen, if you want to help go door to door to help, and you got volunteer time, volunteer, to knock these doors, to get these people to register, because they're saying that these are the last people in the streets that have not been looked at. And I'm just, some of these like whole blocks. And this makes me, as I'm looking at them, this makes me question, did they knock the doors? It's not a celebratory moment with the ACO. And this is a part of the ACO to have all service lines removed. All service lines have not been removed. They have not. 100% have not, because look, these have not been done. And that doesn't include the restoration of streets and grass. It does not include that. So let's put up the Flint City Council 10/23/24. Y'all, they are draining. They are. Now, you saw a part of that in the 8/1/10 Flint clip, but we're gonna play the clip to really show. And then I want y'all to put in the chat what y'all see that she did wrong. So show me what y'all see the highlights. If every one of you out here, and thank y'all for joining us today, give y'all a round of applause. I want y'all to put in the chat what you think she did wrong, because I just can't believe this. So let's play this.
The time is now 5:30, and it is Wednesday, October 23rd, and the special City of Flint Council meeting is now being brought to order. Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Mr. El-Alamin.
Present.
Ms. Lewis.
Present.
Ms. Priestley.
Present.
Ms. Winfrey Carter is absent. I'm sorry, Ms. Winfrey Carter is not in. Ms. Burns is not in. Ms. Mashat.
Present.
Mr. Pfeiffer is not in. Mr. Jarrett is not in. You have 4 members present.
We have 4 members present.
Madam Chair, point of order.
Councilwoman in the 7th Ward.
I want to, and I'm going to make this suggestion out of respect for candidates that have shown up tonight to be interviewed for the 3rd Ward Council seat. We want to make sure that we can do our best to ensure that their time has not been wasted, as they've been asked to show up here tonight. And so I would like to put a motion on the floor, and this is in accordance with.
Excuse me, Winters Hall. That is your warning for talking and yelling out. I hear you up here. So that is your warning.
And so
proceed.
In accordance with Robert's Rule 40.8, a motion that absent members be contacted during a recess would represent a measure to obtain a quorum. A motion to obtain a quorum may be moved as a main motion when no business is pending, or as a privilege motion that takes precedence over a motion to recess. So basically, this is me, Madam Chair, making a motion to obtain a quorum through means of recess, as the city clerk can call our absent members and see if they will come to the meeting, so that we can not waste the time of the candidates. That is the motion. I'm putting a motion on the floor that we go into a recess so that the clerk can call the absent members to obtain a quorum, in an attempt to obtain a quorum.
All right, so your motion on the floor is for our city clerk to be able to reach out to our absent colleagues in the 5th Ward, the 6th Ward, the 8th Ward, and the 9th Ward, and compel them to come to the meeting so we can handle the city's business. Is that your motion?
To ask them to please join us in the meeting so as not to waste the time of the candidates. That is the motion, Madam Chair.
Okay, thank you. So, again.
That was AC Dumas.
And Mr. Dumas, that is your warning. So, is there a second to the motion? All right, supported by the colleague in the 1st Ward. So, Madam Clerk, roll call.
Mr. Alamin? Ms. Lewis?
Yes.
Ms. Priestley?
Yes.
Ms. Murphy Carter is not in. Ms. Burns is not in. Ms. Mashat?
Yes.
Mr. Pfeiffer is not in. Mr. Jarrett is not in. The vote is 4 yes, 0 no.
The vote is 4 yes, 0 no. So the council will go into recess to give the clerk time to reach out to the absent council members in the 5th, 6th, 8th, and 9th Ward.
You can't make this up. Producer Jay, let's pause. Wait a minute, y'all. You can't make this stuff up. Okay, look, thank you, Sharon Reed Johnson, and anyone else who gave. Because y'all know your girl has got a bunch of stuff around me. So listen. First of all, she puts a motion on the floor. Well, even before the motion, there was never a quorum established to give any warnings. You have to have a quorum to enforce the rules. You have to, thank you. Leave that up. Because y'all, listen, I'm going to need everyone's help who is on here, all 296 people. We need to inundate, send complaints. Number one, they did not have a quorum again, like they did the other day. Didn't have a quorum where they were making up laws and trying to enforce them. Then you have to have quorum to enforce the rules. You have quorum to establish there is a legal meeting. There wasn't a legal meeting. So then they're giving out warnings. Then Candace, with her bright self, decides to say, Madam Chair, I would like to put a motion on the floor to give council members the time to get here to establish quorum. Okay, so she puts a motion on the floor. They're taking action. You can't take action without a quorum. Violation Open Meetings Act. So then they supported the motion with 4 people. 4 people. 4. Yes, the lawyer was there. 4 people. Then they asked the clerk to take count. Ain't the clerk responsibility. She let them step in they doo-doo and track it all over. The date in there is 10/23/24. That is the meeting you will need for your complaint. 10/23/24. So then she instructed, they so nasty to the clerk. They nasty, disrespectful. Nancy, why didn't Davina speak up? Because who want to keep arguing? Let them mess up. They think they know everything. Let them fools do foolish stuff. She was trying to tell them you can't warn them. They know everything. Okay, they didn't want to listen. Let the geniuses, and I'm loosely saying that. So then they say, take Madam Clerk, They're going to take a vote. And the Shia then told them you can't. They're telling them, oh, we're going to do what we want to do. Why? Because they think they work for the administration, the executive branch, not the legislative branch, and they don't understand rules. They're disrespectful. So then they take a roll call. First ward, yes. Second ward, yes. Fourth ward, yes. Seventh ward, yes. Y'all took action. You took an illegal vote, took action, and voted on it. You can't do that. You cannot do that. We weren't there. I mean, at this point, I wasn't coming. Liddell thought it was cute. You ain't got nobody. Look, I don't want nobody shooting at me. I don't want to shoot nobody when you're receiving threats. They took action. So listen, the date is October 23rd, 2024, official Flint City Council. And it's on Spectacle TV. And you also can get, I think there's one on 81010 Flint with Xavier. Good job, Xavier. And then, I don't know if 810 News Media Group was there or not. But check this for October 23rd, 24th, so you can get many angles that y'all want. They took action. Y'all, when they think they so smart. So what happens when you break these rules? You can't make this up. You can't make this up. You cannot make this up. I mean, I couldn't believe, and I hate to say, I guess I can, because they y'all, they took Candace, I had to put a motion on the floor. Okay. But see, they so disrespectful to the clerk. They tell them what they're gonna do. How you gonna stop them? They like to steal. This is what y'all want to do. Violation. Now, look, you can't make this up. You cannot make it up. So what happens? Taking action at a meeting without a quorum is a violation of the Open Meetings Act. They took all kind of action. They had action. Resulting in action being avoided, potentially leading to fines and other penalties for public officials involved. Additionally, participation in a closed meeting may lead to recall or office. Their meeting was not legal. I think I sent you a whole thing, but I'm gonna read it from mine. Producer Jay. My allergies, y'all, is kicking my butt. Literally. You can't make this stuff up. I swear you can't. You cannot. They took action. Okay, hold on. So, taking action at a meeting without a quorum is a violation. What action did they take? They gave people warnings. I don't know, 7 people got warned and 3 people got put out. They also violated those people's civil rights. Their right, the First Amendment, not the civil right, the First Amendment. They had not established a quorum to establish a legal meeting. It says, meeting without a quorum is a violation of the Open Meetings Act, resulting in the action being void and potentially leading to fines and other penalties for the public officials involved. So that would be Leon. He's now going by the name of Abdul. And I'm gonna tell you, I don't dislike Leon. I just don't think that this is his thing. What he's doing with the maid, with the houses, he's following Liddell, just not a good thing. And Candace. Says, and particularly linked to fines or other penalties for the elected officials. Additionally, participation in a closed meeting may lead to recall from the office or the action to be voided. Any decision or action taken at a meeting without a quorum not present is considered invalid and not binding. So they didn't have a right to throw the people out because you didn't have a meeting. They didn't have a meeting. So everybody that was thrown out that day, I think y'all need to find an attorney. I mean, we really need to. Penalties. Open Meetings Act often include penalty for violations such as fines for intentional violations. This is clearly intentional. They are repeat offenders. Repeat offenders. They didn't establish a quorum to have a legal meeting. Thank you, Reed Johnson. I appreciate you. Thank you, anyone. If you have donated, if you want to, we appreciate you. And also, Dr. $, tip the DJ, Producer J, at the Cash App, all the ways of payment. So let me finish. It's down at the scroll. So Open Meetings Acts often include penalties for violations such as fines for intentional violation. That was intentional. They put motions on the floor. They threw people out. They gave people warnings. The specific penalty can carry depending on the state and the severity of the violation. Misdemeanor. In some states, intentional violation of the Open Meetings Act can be classified as a misdemeanor with potential fines and even imprisonment. Recall from office. In some jurisdictions, participation in an unlawful closed meeting may be grounds for recall from office. Civil penalties. Public bodies that violate the Open Meetings Act may be subject to civil penalties, which could be imposed by the Attorney General or through a civil action brought by private individuals. Y'all, look, go get y'all paychecks, sue them, because they keep doing it over and over. Meeting date, October 23rd. And look, you can bet your bottom dollar that Tonya will be making the complaint. I will be making it on them. So you got dates. Look, you got this week. They didn't have a quorum. I was in my car on my way to grab some food for me and my mama. Okay. So this stuff is just crazy. It's you cannot make this up. You cannot. So you got the dates. What was it? 28th? Was it the 28th or 20? No, it was yesterday. What was Producer J? Lead that up on the screen. That was yesterday, which was the 30th? So you got the 30th meeting they violated the Open Meetings Act, and you got October 23rd, 2024. Y'all, look, do a class action. We need to work together to find an attorney. I mean, this stuff is just crazy. You cannot make it up. They took, I don't know, Producer J. Can we go back to that part? No, let's go to because they threw people out. Let's finish that. Can we finish that video?
I'm sorry. I had a phone call. So what we doing?
Oh, okay. No worries. Can we finish the video where we left off at, please?
Yep, got you.
And thank you, Lee Wilson, Mississippi. Everybody that is on their dollar bill, thank you. And listen, while he's getting that ready, y'all, tomorrow, Jedediah will be doing, I want to say, is it 2:00? I have to get the times. I apologize. They're also going to have a church service. I will put it up. So he will be doing his protest and he will have church service. I don't know the name of the church, but it's on Dartmouth. So I will look all that up to put it up here that he will be having tomorrow. So let's finish this. Y'all, they're breaking all of the Open Meetings Act and everything else.
And is ordered without objection.
You still need 5 votes. 5 votes. You still need 5 votes. No, it's a recess. You can't get more votes. You can't recess about 5 votes. You still get 5 votes. You can't do nothing about 5. They changed it from 6 to 5. Debate.
Okay, we can drop that off. So listen, she continued. It is ordered without objection. How you gonna order something? You got 4 people. Four. Uno, dos, tres, cuatro. There's 4 people. How's she gonna order that without objections? You can't. You can't. And so it was ordered without objection. Okay. I mean, October 23rd, 2024, y'all. They broke the law. They broke the law. And they need an attorney. They need an attorney because they clearly broke the law. It is documented. Put that address back up there. Put that address. Listen, I got somebody. Look, if you are serious about putting in this complaint, there's someone who said they will get it started. Listen, I don't know if I can say his name on here, but he was thrown out too. He was thrown out. And I want to say, look, good afternoon, Cynthia, Jared, and Papa Jared. He was thrown. I think that day she was telling them, was that the one she was saying the man in the blue slacks? Just disrespectful. Listen, y'all, this is really an open and shut case. I put it up here on the screen. If you are serious about this violation, we put the address, Department of Attorney General, 525 West Ottawa Street, Lansing, Michigan, 48906. They violated it yesterday, which was May 30th, and they violated the heck out of it October 23rd, producer Jay. They did. I mean, they put a motion on the floor. They gave warnings. Then they supported the motion. I mean, you can't make this up. Look, everybody got a warning. Winters got a warning. Dumas got a warning. Papa got thrown out. Kawana Matt got a warning. I don't know if Kawana Matt got thrown out though too. Then they ordered it without objections. You didn't have established a quorum to have a legal meeting to say you're ordering it without objection. So when they were steamrolling over the clerk, just like, hey, I'm gonna fall back and let y'all show yourselves. And look, if you are serious about this, I absolutely am going to, because they broke the law. And they throw everybody out. Look, that Butzel and Long, producer Jay, can you put that one up?
Which
where
one?
They literally, we go to court on Tuesday with Doug.
Which one are you asking to?
It's a receipt. It's a receipt. It's like a big white, and they're like, "Oh, what did Tonya Burns do to be?" It says personal and confidential. It's personal and confidential because Mayor Neely is using the city of Flint money and coffers, and we ain't got no money, y'all. Using the coffers against the residents and the council people that he doesn't like. And so Jerry Griffo, Doug Matthews, if you want to know what that's for, it's because they took me to court to sue me for removing me from my seat. So why is personal and confidential? Maybe they're ashamed because Terry Johnson, Attorney Lambert, and James Mikowski ran circles around him. You can't remove anybody from their seat. He wasted that time and the taxpayers' money. He consistently used, not that one, it's the actual receipt.
You can't barely see that now.
Oh, okay, that's fine. That's just to show what it is. So because someone asked me what was this for, and it was for the lawsuit against me. Them attorneys need to get paid. I mean, whether they win or not, they those are billable hours. And so therefore, that's what they were paid for. Leave all that up there. Why haven't the residents of Flint not sued City Council for throwing them out of meetings when if someone curses in the meeting, the First Amendment right cannot be trumped by the Constitution? Their so-called code of conduct is a violation. It ultimately cost the taxpayers, but it will stop them from breaking the law. You're absolutely right. Absolutely right. I agree with that, Ms. Burns. I agree. And it needs to be. And that's why I was saying, look, there's $1,000 to go toward the lawsuit. We're going to need everybody else to help join in. Thank you, Papa Jared, because look, he's been thrown out so many meetings. They even was identifying him by his slacks, the man with the blue slacks. So this is the one where they took, they sued me. So Doug and Jerry and all those little cuckoo for Cocoa Puffs folks over there, known as the echo chamber, it's your Mayor Neely wasting taxpayer dollars. We then had 5 or 6 rogue council members. So if you want that money to go back in the coffers, sue them. Sue them for taking a frivolous case that violated my rights and your rights. So that's what you need to do. So that's what that's for. And they sued Councilman Mays. They actually garnished Councilman Mays. He had to pay back for the lawsuit that he lost. So they should pay for the lawsuit that they lost. Just seems only fair. Just seems only fair. Just seems only fair. So I will be posting the Attorney General stuff on there. I will be posting that on there. And I did post, you can also take a screenshot of my post where I put why I left the meeting. And then we also have video. One, I left the meeting because they were violating the First Amendment and not allowing people to speak. They didn't want to listen to the clerk, but she didn't say you must or you shall, which means you must. And that talking over, I ain't there for that. I'm not going to do that with them. But they can be right. They can be right in all their wrongness, like they were still doing that meeting when quorum was broken yesterday, and then when quorum was broken in October. We know this is a problem with them. They instructed the police to break the law. They had the police put someone out by something that was not voted on, and it was not enforceable. Period. Because it didn't exist. And look, I love you too, DeAndre Jones. So, y'all, you can't make this stuff up.
Yeah. 2 things. I don't mean to take over.
No.
Can the moderators put the information in the chat for the so they can copy it and paste it? The Department of Attorney General.
Yep.
And then also, this is important why people need to share the video or this live out so we can continue to get it in the algorithm. So this is important information.
Absolutely. Thank you for that. So producer Jay got some information because we some research and reading folks over here. Can you put up what you put? So there was.
Yeah, let me go and grab it.
And I'm gonna have to go grab it too. So listen, producer Jay, you asked me, is my mother Hattie Burns? Hattie T. Burns.
Yep.
That is.
Is that your mother?
No, it's not my mother. But
okay.
But I love her name, Hattie. No.
Okay, I thought it was your mother because I was going to say your mother is watching.
Yeah, my mother would watch and not comment.
Got it.
She would not. Her name, my mother's name is Shirley, and my daddy's name is Kenny, or he think it's Kenneth. I'm like, dude, you are not French. So you got that up? Where is? So also, because we speak to the First Amendment, did you send it to me? Yeah, and let me say, after the meetings, the energy is just so bad. It's like you need to step into a sage detox, because them spirits are bad. They're bad. So, according to the Supreme Court has recognized that there is a First Amendment right to speak anonymously. Supreme Court, y'all. So there's a right to speak anonymously. See Watchtower Bible and Tract Incorporated versus Ville of Stratton, 2002 ordinance requiring those intending to engage in door-to-door advocacy for a political or religious cause to not attain and it's big enough I can read. Look, it ain't never that big where I can read it. Thank you. Display which contain one's name violate the First Amendment protection accorded to anonymous pamphleting of discourse. Thomas versus Collins is a matter of principle, a requirement of registration in order to make a public speech which would seem generally incompatible within exercise of the rights of free speech and free assembly. It seems that the right to speak anonymously at city council meetings will be especially true since such meetings are considered to be public, for which members of the public have broad constitutional right. Leave that up. So this is what I'm saying. Papa Jared has said he's got 1,000 on it. What else can we come up with to join this, to get to put in a lawsuit to get them to stop violating your rights? I can, if I see them violating it, I'm only one person. Everyone is, and I'm not going to sit in my seat while they're violating rights. Look, I got enough lawsuits that they're suing me, the 5 council members and the mayor. I need y'all to help. I need the public to get involved and click like, share, and subscribe to send this out. Click like, share, subscribe. Papa Jared said he's got 1,000 for an attorney. And so when you want to join that, you want to join, then you need to inbox me to let me, everybody know how to get in contact with me. And if you don't hear, you generally have Facebook. And if you need to call, put in, you can reach out to me on social media. So why are we continuously to let them? I mean, it clearly shows that they're violating the law. It's clear. It is crystal clear. They took action. They recessed. They took a vote. They actually took a vote. And they continuously do so. They made up a fake law, instructed the police to carry out a fake law that didn't exist to violate a resident's rights. She made up a fake law. It doesn't exist. I've challenged her on this several times. So when people were saying, well, Tonya just needs to let her speak. No, because people will believe her lies. She's done this lie several times. I have checked her on it every time I have been in them chambers and she said it. Because it's not a lie. And what did she do? She used it against the resident to put him out, that you can't talk to the clerk and the people who work for the public. You might have to go to a federal, and this should be a federal lawsuit because they continuously do it. Put something on them. They put something on everybody else. Make them show up. So here you go. So the officers, she instructed them to do something that was illegal. They did not know. They did not know. She is the chair. I don't know where the law states that they should know the rules. I don't know that part, but she instructed them as the chair or as the interim president. Her and Candace is the interim vice chair. They instructed them to do something that was against the law. They are required, if they are stating the rule, that it is an actual rule and to seek with enforcement with the subcode section 31-10, like it was disorderly she made up a whole public safety rule. A law. It don't exist for that. Hey, staff, how are you? So we're going to go on to, we are going to go on. We're going to go on to, because I ain't going to be on here all day. Okay.
Doing good timing. You almost halfway through your run a show.
I know. So we're going to go, so since we are on, what are we on now? Okay. So since we are on budget time, and y'all know my budget stuff, got stuff written all over it. Budget time. This is what we're going. The budget is $68 million. No, the budget, we took in 64. They're spending 68. They're saying we'll get the money later. Any of the cuts we tried to make, they didn't agree. They didn't agree. I take that, not all of them. They did agree when I asked to raise from $20. We all voted on the registration of sex offenders to raise from $20 with the city of Flint to $250. We all agreed to that. Look, I ain't got no love for no sex offenders. Not at all. Especially that one who was hanging out with Mayor Neely, who that 14-year-old child. He was all in Mayor Neely's apparel, just literally in the shirt posing and everything. Just no. During COVID, there were 237 new cases of children being sexually abused. 237. If you know something, say something, talk to your children. Tell them about a good touch and a bad touch. Talk to your children. Talk to them. Believe your children when they say someone, or your nieces and nephews or whomever, your neighbor, that they're touching me inappropriately. Believe them and report it. Let the law take care of it. Believe them, because their abusers tell them they're not going to believe you. And a lot of these people, they groomed. This guy had groomed this young man. So he groomed him and gave him HIV. And he had been in prison prior. And his best buddy was Mayor Neely. His best buddy. He was on the campaign, wearing shirts, hanging out with him. They say he was doing his dirty work. He did have in the back of his truck Mayor Karen Weaver signs in the election in 2022. He did have those signs in the back of his truck. My heart goes out to that child. Sometimes parents are looking for people to bring positivity into their children's life, but you got to be careful. You got to be careful not only with your family, but definitely with people that you necessarily don't know. My kids, it is funny because my kids were like, we now understand why you did not allow us just to go over everybody's house. We understand why we had to have everybody at our house. Yep, because everybody, parents ain't right, and it's men and women. Like I said, Flint had 237 new cases. That did not include, there we go. He's in court now, alleged of giving a 14-year-old HIV. Leave that up there. And so the one thing we did was change the registration. We all agreed on that one. Judy did share her story, which she was very open about, that she had, I think, 3 relatives. She said they are grown, but they had experienced being sexually abused. And she said they had never recovered, that they still go through things to date, that they were abused. And so you get these awful people, and this is his name. His name is Johnny D. Peters. Then he changed it to John Cole once he served his prison term. The first one was for, I think he did 10 years for having sex or not notifying 40 people that he had HIV, and he had sex without notifying. He did 10 years, got out, repeated the same behavior, and is now awaiting jail. They had actually set to let him come out. People were enraged. He went back to, they did not let him out. I don't know where his court case is at. I know that there were several people who were following, the case, and following the case to see what was, going on, with it. But this individual, and I think one of the mayor, they are bad actors. Man, you had a whole sexual predator in your campaign, a whole sexual predator who was actually around children. He was around children, and this dude was bad news. He was, he was, that child, that young man, what he did to him. I mean, it's I don't know. I can't say how I would have reacted, but I would probably be in somebody's jail right now. I would probably be in somebody's jail, because that couldn't have been not mine. He gave and groomed that child. Then he was posting videos on Instagram. The pictures were posted on Instagram. I'm gonna send you this photo, producer Jay. I mean, I mean, just sickening, sickening. So you got to be careful who you have your kids around. You have to believe them when they say that someone's touching them or they're not comfortable. Believe them. So I just sent you one. And so this is the one thing. And when Judy shared the one with the gear, okay. All right. Yep. That one. So he was using, this is the sexual predator who is now with alleged, with the child. The child has, the child is diagnosed with HIV. He did give it to him. He transmitted it to him. He's in court. This guy got out of prison, came, worked for Mayor Neely's campaign, groomed this young kid, associated himself. They did clearly, I mean, you didn't have to vet him. Everybody knew. When they said the name, because I remember the article, I'm like, oh my God, and I Googled him immediately. And he used to come to council. He was friends with Liddell Lewis. He was friends at that time with Eva Worthing. He was all of their friends. Speaking and talking to him. Now, I will say, not a fan of Eva Worthing, but Eva Worthing would not accept this at all. Not at all. I don't think she knew. At all, because she would have been very boisterous about it. She wouldn't have. Not at all, because the one thing she loves her children. Not to say anybody else doesn't, but she would not have. But he was there being their friends. But this guy gave the 14-year-old HIV. That child will forever, because there is no cure. And so we did all vote from $20 to raise the sexual registration in Flint to $250. Should have been more than that. I don't want to. That's just the whole how I feel about that. Just problem. Just ugh. So as we are working on the budget, we'll get back to the budget. But we did raise it for sexual predators because of people like him. We raised that. I don't know why it was ever $20 anyways. It was just overlooked. But we did raise it, that it needs, they need to be registered. The state has also requirement. My allergies are kicking my butt. They have an actual requirement too. So let's go to the history of emergency management. We're going to get to the budget. There is an article. So a lot of people wonder why, what is the history of emergency management? We're going to put this up too. I'm going to send you this, producer Jay. We're going to put that. They did send me itinerary. So there is itinerary tomorrow. People will be fellowshipping this is with Jedediah. We'll be fellowshipping with the Church of Harvest International, located at 2202 West Dartmouth. That's best to get to off of Clio Road, y'all. 2202 West Dartmouth. Scheduled for the day, 11 o'clock a.m. church services, 2 o'clock p.m. rally, 4:30 p.m. departure. So 11 o'clock a.m. church service, 2 o'clock p.m. rally, 4:30 p.m. departure. So this is what was just sent to me for the rally tomorrow. For those who are asking about Jedediah, this is where they will have church service at 11, 2 o'clock rally. And the rally is going to be on Dayton Street. They didn't put the address there. That is at Maurice Davis is the good time man. He calls himself the King. Now, I may not agree with everything, but Maurice gives a heck of a concert. I go to Maurice's concerts. He gives a wonderful concert. And so his concerts are wonderful. And so he's letting them use his amphitheater on Dayton. And it's like Dayton, and it's in between Chevrolet and Brownell. That's what I can say. But you'll see a lot of people. There's an amphitheater. It's like a stage. It's right across from Civic Park School that is closed. It's right across from Civic Park School that is closed. So I broke my guitar string. So that is Producer Jack. I will be attending. I don't know which park, because that's a whole day, but I will probably be at the rally.
Do I need to catch a flight?
I will be there. You're welcome to. I will be there. Lorraine Thompson, they're not starting at City Hall. This was his Jedediah's pastor. This is what I have. If it changes during the day, check on my page. I will share it. This is what they just sent me just sent to me. Just literally. So Lorraine Thompson, this is what they sent to me. So I guess if it changes, it seems to be very fluid. I will share it. I promise y'all. They get it to me like I did during the show. Hold on. I shared it. So that's what I got. That's all I got, y'all. So I will be at the community rally. I will be there. Church service, I'm gonna try to make it there, y'all. And so that is it's gonna be there. You know, that's what people are gonna be. So I don't know how they're doing it. I will speak. If I have to come back on and do a quick little live, I will. Jedediah does lives too. But I will put a flyer or whatever it is up. But this is the information that they just sent me. So as of right now, this is what it is.
We're gonna see what we can do to stream it on your channel.
Okay.
We're gonna see. We'll work on it.
Okay. All right. Now he giving me extra work. Y'all, like I need. Look, I'm still trying to get over on PTSD, all them crazy meetings.
I mean, you stay up to 6, 7 o'clock in the morning anyway, and only sleep 2 hours. So
I know, and I gotta stop doing that because I'm gonna be getting wrinkles. So you know, that black don't crack, but we will get some wrinkles. Yeah, I don't see because there's so much stuff, you know, and to, you know, I care. And these are the things that will keep you up at night in Flint. They'll keep you up. This crazy nonsense. So, MLive article. So the history of we in budget time. How do we ever end up in emergency management? The city of Flint has had, and I'm going to read it to you all. You know, why have we had emergency managers? And this is why we have to be careful. The charter tells us on page 61, that we are to pass a balanced budget. Article 7 tells us that we have to pass a balanced budget. And this budget as today or Monday and yesterday and when they've been trying, it is not a balanced budget. It's just not. And so Flint's history of emergency management. So if you can put it's an MLive article, and because I want to share with people while we're saying you can't let little stuff slide. This administration, Mayor Neely came into office with a $24 million fund balance. And what else does that mean? He was $24 million to the good. When he got there, Flint had $24 million in the bank. Flint was bankrolling $24 million from Mayor Karen Weaver. And he ran through that. And now they're trying to force our hand, and these are part of their shenanigans. Hey, JWC. Now they're trying to force our hand to pass a deficit budget, which means put in your calculator, 64 million minus 68 million. You get a negative 4 million, which means this is a deficit budget. So they say, oh no, we got income tax coming in, we got grants coming in. Look, y'all, Trump just closed Job Corps in Flint. It's a cut. Do you think we gonna wait and believe this? No, no, no. Flint Public Schools thought that 15 million that they would be reimbursed for that they spent. They didn't get reimbursed for, I think, 15.8 million. So we have to be smart. Why they took over emergency management, the governor stated the mayor and the city council lacked the will. Well, you got to kind of button your, bootstraps and everything else. That's what they're going to have to do. So we're going to read, with the state board stamp of approval to withdraw from day-to-day city financial management, that appears to be one of Flint's escaping a 7-year span of oversight. So we came out of emergency management underneath Mayor Karen Weaver, Dr. Karen Weaver, former Mayor Karen Weaver. We were out of it, and she took us out of it, left a fund balance. Let me reduce this down. Now I'm going to have to come out of this, y'all. So the cash-strapped city first fell under control for a 2-year period, 2002 through 2004, under Governor John Engler. Then in 2011, after Governor Snyder declared Flint in financial emergency. Even though Snyder declared it at the end of Flint's financial emergency on April 29, 2015, the Receiver Transition Advisory Board, which is appointed by the governor, the governor appointed this board, we didn't, has continued to review financial decisions by the city. Here's a look at Flint's history of oversight, how we got here, and where city officials say we're going next. What is emergency management? Because you're going to hear these things. We're in budget season, and I always make sure the show has educational components. Emergency managers have broad power to intervene in financially struggling municipalities and school districts, y'all. Following his election in 2010, Snyder and the Republican-controlled state legislature expanded the powers of emergency managers. Michigan voters, through a November 2012 ballot proposal, repealed the controversial law. But less than 2 months later, Governor Snyder signed replacement legislation that said improved upon the former law. It offered 4 pathways for struggling schools and municipalities. A consent agreement, y'all hear me talk about that administrative consent order that they voted on. I didn't vote on it. I was over a year ago. It's somebody to go back to May 29th, or the month of April and May, where we talked about September 3rd, they voted in the administrative consent order. I didn't. We don't have the money for that. And I'm going to show you who else didn't support it too after I get into this. It says, but less than 2 months later, replacement legislation, they said that they improved upon the former. No, I'm not on it. Michigan's emergency managers law is facing scrutiny in federal court, where plaintiffs argue that the law is unconstitutional because it disproportionately targets Black communities and continues a narrative of structural and strategic racism. There is a report that Flint was targeted, and I'll have to get into that another time. Flint has had a total of 4 emergency managers: Ed Kurtz, Mike Brown, Darnell Early, and Jerry Ambrose. Both Early and Ambrose were they were, this is the old article, facing criminal charges for wrongdoing in the city's lead water crisis, which occurred after the DEQ failed to require the city of Flint river water to make it less corrosive to lead. Why are we approving and saying we're going to do an administrative consent order? I'm not doing it. The state did this, emergency management doing it. They need to fix it. I will not vote to approve that 29.5. I'm not doing it. The state broke it. They need to fix it. You don't need our vote to do it. Send the money forward. I'm not doing it. And this is why I want to share the history of. They broke Flint. They need to fix it. Where the DEQ required the city to treat the Flint water with less corrosive to live. They did this. Governor John Engler delivered the state of the address and told the 1995 taxpayers. 2002-2004, Governor John Engler declared a financial emergency, which had a roughly $30 million deficit. That was according to the Flint Journal archives, recommending that Ed Kurtz take the city over as manager. The city attempted to fight in court, costing the city more than $245,000, but the city ultimately lost. James Rutherford was declared mayor to complete the term of a mayor. This is when they recalled Mayor Stanley then. I mean, you can see how they went from the state down to Flint, working to get rid of the people's voice. This is why you got to get involved. Kurtz implemented a new code enforcement program that includes plans for rental inspections. We went over the rental inspections. The rental inspections codes were designed by emergency management and emergency demolitions, and slashed his pay for the mayor and council, later reinstated, and health benefits for the majority of city officials. Kurtz orders cite retirement board and controversial pension that will reduce the pensions of about 350 retirees by 3.7%. But the state attorney general later said Kurtz doesn't have the authority to issue orders to a retirement system. So when I talk about a pension plan, where's the $50 million? That is one of my questions for this budget. You know, we were funded at 27%, 26, 27%. The mayor gave all kinds of press conferences that we were going to get $220 million. We got $170 million. After a year, he announced we were getting the one, because he is the press conference king. Then we never got the $50 million. We got the $170 million. A year after he swore we were getting $220 million. You can Google it. And I've put it up before. So then we got $10 million. Why? Because our budget is a deficit budget. So he didn't went to the government. We got $10 million. Somewhere they found $10 million. Why? We didn't get the $50 million. I asked Mr. Moore, where's the $50 million? He said, I don't know. I'm trying to get it back. Look, I don't even know what that means. Mr. Moore is a nice person. I believe that when I believe he ain't good at lying for them. Let me just say that. That's what it is. So over 2 years, he issues nearly 120 directives, including temporarily closing the recreation centers, closing the city ombudsman's office, raising water bills by 11%, laying off city workers, approving the more than $1 million for sewer road and improvements. So 2002, what did he do? He closed the Hasselbrink Senior Center, McKinley Center, Crapo Center. He closed all the senior centers. Now we don't have in our budget. When I asked, how are we paying? Me and my colleagues did. How are you paying for the Mays Center? Nobody knew. They said it ended up coming out that the director and the deputy director pay is coming out of ARPA. ARPA is not a sustainable fund. It's not our general fund. Those jobs shouldn't have been created. We have been used since 2002 because we don't have it in our budget. We have a deficit budget of a negative $4 million. They're trying to pass in. We're going to get the money in a few months. We don't trust this government. As of December 2003, audits show that the city reduced its deficit to about $14 million. Estimates for the 2003-4 budget later reduced number to $6 million to $8 million. On to Don. Don Williamson was sworn as mayor in November 2003, butting heads with Ed Kurtz. Kurtz recommends ending the state's takeover in June 2004 because they were on a track, found the path. They had sold off everything, including the Santa Claus. All of our garbage trucks were sold. Anything that was of value, they stripped the city and sold it off, not making an impact like that. And that's why I look at the frivolous spending that this mayor is doing. When I look at this list, we can't afford it. We're headed back to receivership. We cannot afford it. Despite the city's protests, he returned to oversee the city in 2012. After a voter referendum changed law required emergency manager Michael Brown to step down, He resigned from the job in 2013. During the tenure, Ed Kurtz signed a resolution committing Flint to the KWA project and signed another resolution to spend $171,000 for engineering work to determine what was needed to process Flint River and the city and the city's treatment plant. We know that did not work. We know that did not work. Producer Jay, if you are texting,
I did. Look at that. I just sent you. We can't do that.
No, absolutely not. So listen, they telling us in this, they telling us in this that where they're going, and people don't understand. So when we're asking, it took me 10 months to get the check registry. 10 months. And so they're doing some things, and I'm like, wait a minute. And so where did the article go? Oh, I got to go back into yours. It knocked me off.
My bad.
Yeah, next time just handle it. I'm on the same line with you with that. That without a doubt. Okay. And now y'all know I got the slowest internet. Because I want people to understand that when you say, when we could not get this, they took the registry down. They claimed it was cyber attack or whatever. Yeah, okay. So where am I at? Okay. So I'm going to start right here. So the cash-strapped city fell first underneath the state control for a 2-year period from 2002 to 2004 underneath Governor Engler, and then again 2011 after Governor Rick Snyder declared in Flint financial emergency. Even though Snyder declared an end to Flint's emergency management on April 19, 2015. The Receivership Transition Board, which is appointed by the governor, has continued to review financial cities. Let me go on down. We had gotten down pretty far. Oh, yeah, we talked about down. So, Ed Kurtz, a former Baker College System CEO and Flint resident, Ed Kurtz first appointed to oversee Flint's government by John Engler. Despite the council's protests, I believe Mayor Neely was on the council then. He returned to oversee the city in August 2012. He was on the council doing emergency management. After a voter referendum change in law required emergency manager Michael Brown to step down, he resigned from the job. Okay, we went to that one. 2011. Governor Rick Snyder signs an amended version of the state's emergency management law. The controversial changes strengthened the authority of emergency managers and granted them power to alter collective bargaining. An 8-member financial review then determined Flint is in financial emergency and under probable financial stress. Former Mayor Dane Walling declined to Former Dane Walling declines to request a hearing on the state's findings, and City Council votes 7-2 against appealing the state's declaration. Michael Brown is named Flint's emergency management on November 29th. Within days in office, Michael Brown eliminates the mayor and city council, lays off several high-ranking city officials, and shuts down the city offices of Ombudsman and Civil Service Commission. Michael Brown, Flint's former temporary mayor, Brown has appointed to oversee the city in November 2011, immediately laying off high-ranking city official appointments by eliminating pay to the mayor and city council. Is this bouncing back? Residents continue to protest Michigan's emergency management law. Snyder announces to reopening the city of Flint lockup and boosting state police patrols in the city. Several city unions reached tentative agreements with the emergency management office. Brown issues a dozen executive orders, including adoption of a 2013 budget and imposed concessions for 2 city unions. The council suspended the emergency manager law. The budget included $66 for street light assessment, $143 in trash collection fee that replaces a 3 meal collection tax. Brown creates obsolete property rehabilitation districts for 11 downtown properties. A decision reinstated Public Act 4, the previous weaker version of the law, which doesn't grant as much authority to emergency manager as put before voters. The petition is certified over the ballot. Act 4 suspended the November 4 election. The emergency financial assistance loan is forced to step down as emergency manager because of the technicality that prevented him from holding office. There's such a history when it comes to this. Flint Police Officers Association files a lawsuit against the city forced concessions. Public Act 436 goes into effect. Brown resigns from the post 2 months later in September due to his family concern. Then we get Darnell Early. They call Darnell Early the Grim Weeper. Former Detroit Police James Tolbert brought in to head Flint's police department. And I'm going to say this. I watched Tolbert ordered, I don't know where they got equipment. There was a guy had killed, I think, 3 people. And 2 of them was his cousins. And he had shot him at a bus stop on ML King and Welch, I believe. And he was hiding in the house across the street from Gracelawn Cemetery. He literally brought in equipment, what is that thing to tear down houses? He literally took the roof off and tore the house down with the guy in it. He would not come out. They demolished the house on site, literally. But this guy had been shooting people. He shot the police. He had killed his relatives. Police Chief Tolbert, it was who they appointed. And then Mayor Weaver, when she got elected, she appointed Chief Tim Johnson, known as Two Guns. After 7 years of emergency management, Flint City Administrator and temporary Mayor Early was appointed to oversee Flint in 2013. During the tenure, Early oversaw the decision to change the city's water to the Flint River. See, y'all? Now listen. During the tenure, Darnell Early oversaw the decision to change the city's water source to the Flint River. And a cost-saving move in April 2014. Instead, the switch triggered the city's water crisis, leading to elevated levels of lead, bacteria, and total trimethanes in water, and raising questions about a tie to Legionnaire's disease outbreaks in Genesee County. So Darnell Early came from the state. State need to fix the water. They tore our pipes up. They killed people. People were poisoned. Things still aren't right. We didn't appoint them. The state did. Prosecutors came early, acted despite knowledge, had the city water's treatment plant, which had not been regularly used for decades. Not decades, y'all, 50 years. It had not been used for 50 years. 50 years. Early is charged in his role. Nothing has happened to Early, so we're going to skip on down. 2014, April, Early authorizes the city to separate from the Detroit Water and Sewage Department and eventually switch to using the KWA, Carragandi Water Authority, connecting to the Flint River. Council members voted 7-1 on March 25, 2013 to switch from Detroit to KWA, but never approved using the river as the interim water source. Who are those 7, y'all? Was Mayor Neely in that 7 that approved it? A March 13, 2014 order signed by former emergency manager Jerry Ambrose. Water main cut in the plant cleared the way for the switch to the river. And what they say, that vote, council members voted 7-1 on March 25th, 2013 to switch from Detroit to KWA, but never approved the using the river as the interim. So they did not approve the river as the interim. As of March 13th, 2014, order signed by former emergency manager Jerry Ambrose for a water main cut. Water quality complaints began to pour in almost immediately from city residents. Jerry Ambrose, a former financial advisor to Mike Brown, was appointed as Flint's emergency manager. Like Early, Ambrose is charged in this role for the water crisis for false pretenses, conspiracy to commit false pretenses, willful neglect of duty, and misconduct in office. Yet nothing has happened to nobody. So you see the people, nothing happened to them, nothing. 2015 to 17, Ambrose is brought to relieve Early. Nothing has happened to him. Ambrose leaves City Hall 2015, but before signing several orders in effect, Flint officials from revising any of his past actions. Flint finances are then in the hands of the R tab, with any decisions from council or the mayor needing the state board's okay going into effect. The R tab has also the power to overrule the mayor's and council's decision if it feels they are not fiscally sound. Walling loses his reelection bid to political newcomer Karen Weaver, who calls for a state of emergency within the county regarding Flint's water crisis. And we now know that they wanted her gone because people lied and conspired against her. Scrutiny over Flint's water crisis. And it goes on. Special Prosecutor Todd Flood also announced intent to charge Early with manslaughter. Nothing happened. Nothing happened. 2017, the state treasury issues a yearly reporting stating circumstances and causing Flint's financial emergency 7 years ago are not likely to be repeated, and that the city has achieved a perceived level of financial stability. Okay, so that is his, and y'all, I'll put the article up on my page. So this is why it's important that we don't get back into that, because when we got into financial trouble, what happened? We were taken over by the government. Flint was poisoned, lead leached into the water. People got Legionella. So when we're going through this list of people who get money, it's crazy. And Councilman Pfeiffer has been going over, Councilman Jerry Murphy Carter has been going over. And so what we have to do is be responsible, because why we got into it before? Because they said council lacked the will. They lacked the will. And so when we're asking these questions, this is important. Why? Look, service lines are not complete 100%. We know they're not, because look, them addressing. That doesn't include restorations. So why did they approve the ACO? They shouldn't have. Had no business approving it. That $29.5 million, the state can drop it into our coffers. I'm not voting yes or no. I'm a no on anything the ACO. We need to get into it. No, they shouldn't have approved the ACO. They shouldn't have approved it. They didn't even let that man talk. September 23rd, they approved that ACO without allowing anyone to ask any questions. Not one question was asked. Judy did a call for the question. The 5 of them voted to approve it. It was Liddell Lewis, Candace Mashat, Judy Priestley, Leon L. Alameen, and Quincy Murphy. Didn't allow one question. Did not allow one question. And now they want us to approve that $29.5 million. Hey, that's not a Tonya Burns problem. The state broke it. They need to fix it. You don't need us to vote. Look, we'll vote to accept your $29.5 million. I'm not voting to accept it. You broke the city. You need to fix it. And how we getting ready to pass a debt? They want us to pass a deficit budget. I'm not voting to pass a deficit budget, and we don't have. How are we gonna pay for the $29.5 million? I did not vote to approve it. The state, it was underneath the state. When they voted to approve that ACO in September 23rd, 2024, they voted to take the state out of it. The state ain't responsible no more because they voted to take them out. Leave the state in them. It's their responsibility. I don't even have my ACO. Y'all know that I done wrote all over it too. So, Producer Jay, look, y'all tip Producer Jay, because he probably sick of me. So When we talk about, I am not going to vote to adopt a deficit budget. It is 64 million we took in. We need 68 million to have a just balance, no surplus. No, we're going to get it later on in the year. No, what do we have right now? So also, we got them 2 golf courses, Kersley Lake and Swartz Creek. 72,000 is being paid to them instead of them paying us. They refuse to give them the financials. They don't have the financials for it. We know they asked for financials because they asked for Hasselbrink's. They had to give theirs. We don't have theirs. They have cannabis events 420. They have a really nice event there. They have other events. They have a bar. They have a restaurant. So they're saying they don't make no money on none of them. I mean, it is a for-profit business, and any for-profit business should be paying taxes on the property. They're not paying no taxes on the property. They're supposed to split the profit. They're not getting anything with the profit. They are just underneath that $75,000 threshold, so it doesn't come to council. Council has not approved a contract, which they should, because this is a yearly contract. It's only supposed to be for 90 days if it's an emergency contract. This is a yearly one. So when we get 5 votes, we will be investigating the golf courses. There will be golf course hearings. That should not be any more than a 30-day. They are doing a yearly or annual contract. We don't know how much they're getting in. The city pays them $72,000. It has been through the purchasing process. They didn't take any of the bidders who were going to be paying the city. Not a one. So, Monday, I believe there will more than likely be a meeting, just so y'all know. We done covered a lot. I ain't gonna be on here all day long today. So I do want to say, the budget part where they're trying to, I sent you some with some timestamps that we do need to pay. Because that ACO is on there and it is a big deal. And with that ACO, producer Jay, I did send you that one. And they trying to act like, everybody was in agreement with this. No. I did send you one where it was actual, where we wanted a month, because it came up numerous times last year. I was adamant. I educated myself with people who worked in that division so that I would know what I was talking about. Do you see the timestamp, or did I send it to you?
I'm looking for it now. Hold on.
And I might not have sent it to you.
5/8/24.
You got it. So this is what we're talking about, the ACO. So this is last year. So, yep, if you can cue that up for me, please. Please and thank you. Merck says lots of work to do come August. Listen, Merck, listen. They got a list going. They got a list. Dennis got a list. JWC, Councilman Jeffrey Carter got a list. I got a list. We got a list going because this is crazy. That Clio Road Center, we voted that down. He decided to take a 6-month lease out. But this is going to be on the agenda Monday. This is on the agenda Monday, the ACO. So let's play this, please.
Any other discussion in the second round? Go ahead, Mr. Murphy.
Yes. Is there possible that we can get a breakdown of the project? So for instance, the restoration of people's yards and sidewalks and curves that's been, can we get a list of how many that is not finished? Is it funded? The other one is the service line replacement. And then even with the consent order that you guys want us to sign, is there possible that some of the projects that you guys are doing, can y'all get a breakdown of what's funded, what's not funded, and then we can kind of look at it and see about going after and looking for additional funds. And maybe the council need to put together a collective letter of support to work with the administration to send to Washington, D.C. or the state to let them know, hey, we got these projects and we underfunded, and we got this consent order agreement that you guys want us to do, but we don't have the funding. So if we looked at the breakdown, because you guys are talking about doing projects, but how we gonna complete them if we don't have the funding? And so is there possible that we can get a breakdown of what's funded and what's not funded?
Yes, Councilman, we can get you that information.
Okay, that'd be helpful for me, because I want to work with you guys with this, but I do not want to sign on to no consent order, and I know we ain't got no money to pay for it. I'm done.
Thank you. Any other discussion in the second round?
Can you stop it, Producer Jay?
Any other discussion in the second round?
So the consent order, no update on the projects yet. We have not. September 23rd, he was very ill. He came in and he voted on it. This was it May? He understood because he went through the water crisis. He said, send us to DC, but send us to basically the state. Who broke us? They need to be paying. We are underfunded. We don't have the money. We don't have the money. And he stated, I don't want to sign a consent order and we don't have the money. I don't want to sign a consent order and we don't have the money. And this is the consent order. Y'all know my stuff is written on. We don't have the money. He voted for that consent order. I don't know if it had to be as a favor because he knew. You hear him saying it. And they're trying to say, oh, no, he wanted to vote. No, he didn't. Unfortunately, and me and him we had talked about this consent order. Me and him talked about it. We were on the same page. This was in May. In September, he was so ill. And he came in. And he voted. That was September 23rd. The 29th, he passed away. He knew we didn't have the money. They voted to take the state and the federal government out of this. This is why they're having a celebratory moment. Because now those chickens have come home to roost. And they roosted to the tune on Monday's meeting and yesterday's meeting of $29.5 million. That's just one of the projects. This at the time, which was about 8 years ago, estimated that it would be about $300 million. Costs have tripled. We ain't got the money. Government ain't got the government. This government ain't giving you nothing. So let's play that back one more time so we can hear that. Producer Jack, please and thank you.
Is there possible that we can get a breakdown of the project? So for instance, the restoration of people's yards and sidewalks and curves that's been, can we get a list of how many that is not finished? Is it funded? The other one is the service line replacement. And then even with the consent order that you guys want us to sign, is there possible that some of the projects that you guys are doing, can y'all get a breakdown of what's funded, what's not funded, and then we can kind of look at it and see about going after and looking for additional funds. And maybe the council need to put together a collective letter of support to work with the administration to send to Washington, D.C. or the state to let them know, hey, we got these projects and we underfunded, and we got this consent order agreement that you guys want us to do, but we don't have the funding. So if we looked at the breakdown, because you guys are talking about doing projects, but how we gonna complete them if we don't have the funding? And so is there possible that we can get a breakdown of what's funded and what's not funded?
Yes, Councilman, we can get you that information.
Okay, that'll be helpful for me, because I want to work with you guys with this, but I do not want to sign on to no consent order, and I know we ain't got no money to pay for it. I'm done.
Thank you.
Now, Liddell Lewis swore he didn't say that. He didn't say it. Y'all heard it. You know, it may not need to be a clip. Somebody need to send it to her. Because now we have a whole consent order and we ain't got no money. This was $300 million is what it states that it was supposed to cost. And that was 2016, 17. And we do not have the money, y'all. We don't have it. We don't have it. And so they got that 29.5 million, which is just one of the projects. That's just one. That's not even all the projects. And we in budget time. So 29.5, let's round up to 30. That would be half of our budget. Literally, that would be half. So what else in that consent order? Service lines. We know that the service lines aren't all complete because y'all look, here goes some of the addresses to show it's not complete. They're not 100%. State has taken over that part. The projects that need to be completed, we ain't got that either. We ain't even gotten the update or where they at. And so all of that goes with the consent order. So when we looking at, here we go. How we gonna pay for the Maze Center? Senior Services, 6th Ward Councilman Tonya Burns, after careful review, because how we gonna pay for McKinley and the Maze Center? And for the record, y'all, let me just, before I get into this. So y'all know that name has been everything but Eric B. Mays Senior Center and Eric B. Mays Community Center. So I'm like, okay, the name has been Eric Mays Center, Mays Center, but they said it was Eric Mays. They stated it was, they stated the name was the Community Center from Seniors, and all these names change. I'm like, okay, yep, no problem. Guess what I requested? To have a resolution to state, because you look, we know we need to have a resolution or ordinance. To have it on there is Eric B. Mays Community Center for that building, so that it will bear his name, and they can't keep doing this floating name being slick. That name done changed so many times. That name changed like I don't know what. That name changes a lot. And so I did put in a resolution, requested to have that for the clerk, that we change to Eric B. Mays Community Center, because they're telling the lie that it's going to be changed. And that name didn't change to the Mays Center. No, it's the Eric Mays Center. No, it's not. Mary Lee lied about that. Mays Community Center, Mays Seniors. And no, we going to do it now. Eric B. Mays Community Center. Let them vote it up, vote it down. But it's going to come by resolution. Let's see how sincere they are with that comment. Because look, that's where you stop all the talk and put your money where your mouth is. So, but now how are we paying for these senior centers? Because we now learned in 2002, underneath emergency management, we didn't have the money, and still don't have the money. 2025, we don't. 23 years later, 2000 And 2, they took it because underneath emergency management, and we have not funded them. It has not been in our budget to fund those because we have not had the money. Has not have it. Has not been in our budget because we don't have the money. So what did the mayor say? He's going to pay for this, and he's going to apply for the senior to get the county millage money. March 31st, 2025, regarding City of Flint Senior Center applications review, 6th Ward City Councilwoman Tonya Burns. After careful review, Genesee County cannot recommend approval of the Flint's application for Senior Center funding at the Mays Senior and Community Service Center and the McKinley Senior Center. I think both of them names have actually changed now because they call it McKinley Community Center too. We have identified the following concerns that prevent us from proceeding with the application. 1, incomplete application and missing documentation. 2, professional liability insurance and workman's compensation. 3, health inspection. 4, valid building code inspection. The Mays Senior Center does not meet building or fire inspection code. They do claim that they do meet that now. That one, that the Mays Center does, not the McKinley. McKinley Center, building condition is unknown because the information was not provided. They didn't even complete the application right, y'all. The application wasn't even completed correctly. And it doesn't have ADA compliancy, Americans with Disability Act compliancy. Budget concerns, and look, y'all, we got budget concerns as we pass our budget, okay? Budget concerns. So their budget concern was with what the city sent in for the 2 centers, for the Mays Senior Community Center. Budget concerns, the applications presented budget allocations that were not aligned with the funding requirements for sustainable programming. You can't do it. You don't have sustainable programming. We do not have sustainable programming. The budgets submitted exceed both levels. Level 2, 137,923, and they go by the number of people that you have. Level 3, 206,330 funding amounts. They didn't do the paperwork right. They exceeded the limits. Their limits was like 186 and like 200 and like almost 287. They didn't even know the implication. They didn't even know what the funding levels are that they give. So county is not supporting them because they don't know how to fill out applications. Flint don't know how to do paperwork, y'all. They do not know how to do paperwork. So in our budget in 2002, as we did I showed you, they took out emergency manager because we didn't have the funding. We don't have it now. Where is the funding? We found that the director, and as lovely as Mrs. Wiggins is, I think she's absolutely adorable, but she's being paid out of ARPA funds and we cannot afford it. She is the wife of Fire Chief Wiggins, who retired and came back to work for the city. We don't have the money. We don't have the money. And that's why they were by nonprofits. So Hasselbrink Center is currently being temporarily housed at the Kennedy Center, but I think they got a new location, a forever location. So we're going to see y'all. I'm prayerful. And I hadn't spoken on it yet. Oh, by the way, they're selling dinners at the Hasselbrink today. Fish dinners, they are selling. They are selling those. So when I think about budget, and I know my shows go long, y'all, but it's so much, and I want to give good information because I want people to know that where you can go back to get the resources from. So I'm not just pulling stuff out the air. I tell you the fact. I'm not voting and instructing the police to go do laws that have never come before city council. Not at all. And so these are things which are very real. So listen, if you want to call in, Producer J, look, put up the tip Producer J sign. I think, look, I'm tired. Producer J.
Yes, ma'am.
We covered a lot.
We did.
Look, if you want to call, pull in the call and put up in the, can you put them both up or?
Hold on, I was doing something else. Let me go off.
So as we have this budget time, Quincy the late Councilman Quincy Murphy stated, yes, leave that up, that he did not want to vote for the ACO when we didn't have the money. Because what does it do? It throws Flint into a project that we don't, millions and millions of dollars. 29.5 is just one project, really. It ain't all of the projects. It's not. And you heard them say they gotta, whatever work was done on the Tory Road booster station, they gotta tear down and start it over. I guess it wasn't done right. So, I mean, you can't make this stuff up. So, I don't know who they're gonna work on to get that, but it won't be me. You know, and look, I don't do calls. The mayor want to talk this budget time. You come talk in public. You come talk, and you calling me as he need to. He gave us 1 minute to ask him questions. So disrespectful. So disrespectful. He need to be coming to us. So as we do the budget season, and what we can, my concerns are, look, y'all call in, chime in with time. 1, the abusing of the $75,000. 2, the Mays Center and the McKinley Center. 3, the Clio Road Center. 4, where's our grants budget? That all this money coming in, and we ain't got no grants budget to see. Y'all want us to believe y'all got money coming in, passing a deficit budget? The DDA budget, you know, I want to see that. We haven't seen that. We have no opioid plan. I've asked for it. They claimed they was going to do it. I've been asked for a comprehensive public safety plan from Chief Green with the gang task force. He ain't got it. He does have the task force where he's using it. I did hear they were doing a good job shutting down some of these nuisance homes and drug homes. I did hear the police were doing a good job. But look, y'all, they be watching. So I'm going to call it what it is. So I did hear they were doing a good job. How much are we spending outside attorney fees? We know we got all of these cases that are going on. How much are we spending in outside attorney fees for the Crystal Cooper case, for the 2 little boys who lost their life, the Mitchell boys, Chief Barton, the Fire Marshal Michael, Faith, my case, well, we know mine, 63,000, because Doug is outraged. Doug, you should be suing Candace and those 5 or 6 who voted on it. That's how you get your money back. What about our pension fund? We were supposed to get 220 million. We got it a year later, 170 million. We just got 10 million. Y'all still short 40 million. I mean, that's just basic math. So these are just some of the things. How many people is in the mayor's staff? I want to know, who are they? Where are these personal service contracts? I want to see them. They haven't got us those. And it's so much more. It's so much more. So listen, ain't nobody calling me. Listen, Hasselring Senior Center today, they have dinners 12 to 5. They have got dinners. Join us it's on Pearson Road at 1678 Pearson Road. Contact 810-247-8681. Hasselbrink Fish Fry and Bake Sale Fundraiser. Today, they will be there from 12 to 5. So go hit them up, get you some cakes, some cookies, some cake cookies, some fish, and the dinners are good. I enjoyed my dinner the last time. I was a little late getting there. So listen, whoever, if we got someone, bring them through. But y'all stop through. I think St. Louis is on the line. Producer Jack.
Okay, I just want to say I thank you. I thank JWC, Dennis, and Triple J, and 8110, and Art Wilson too, for getting out the truth. You all are fighting to tell the residents this is what's going on. They're lying to you. And Neely and the rest of the other 4, they all need to be in jail for real. How can you pass something that the state's saying that they're going to pay for? If the state was going to pay for something and the water, they would have been drinking the water by now. They all corrupt. I don't know what are they on. That's what. Are they on drugs? Are they bipolar? Something is wrong. It's making no sense. Over 12, 13, 14, 15 years, and the water's still like it is, but you tell them, well, 2 years back, so they've been drinking it 2 years ahead, and now we're here. They need to make their wrong right. If they make their wrong right and move forward, they can. My words are just, I can't even think straight no more. I've been sitting here looking at this over a year. No matter of fact, I think it's been 2 years. And Miss Jules, and I know I'll be on her platform, we'll be looking at it. And I have been on there when you have been on her platform, and Mr. Mays. And it's just, it's unbelievable. Unbelievable that you tell lies, and the more lies you tell, they're going to believe it.
Yeah.
Stop believing the lies. Stop believing the lies. Because the more you tell, the more they're going to believe. And then they're not going to know what the truth is. But if residents, if people are showing you the truth, and then you got Jedediah coming to help you out, y'all need to stand behind him as well. Y'all need to be up at them chambers, sitting on the floor, because ain't no damn seat. But the reason why y'all can't do that, because you believe in the lies that they tell. Nearly good. He good. He talking good game, but he's a crook and crook. And now he got his wife doing the same thing. They all need to be in jail. Every last one of them. But that's all I got to say, Miss Tonya. But y'all keep fighting for them, for residents. If you want something, you got to have to fight for yourself, too.
Thank you, St. Louis. I appreciate you.
Ain't nobody keep fighting for you, and then you not get up and fight for yourself.
Look, just have my back, St. Louis, because look, you say all the words that they be mad if I start cussing like you. Just have my back.
And I can say some words, but
I know you can. This is the stuff that make you fuss and cuss. This will make you fuss and cuss. It'll keep you up at night.
Resident, y'all got that march tomorrow? Y'all better show up and show out. And if you don't, you lose. And if you lose, that's on you. And then you wonder why you ain't got your shit fixed. You wonder why you ain't got no offer money.
But St. Louis, I think we got another caller. Thank you.
You're welcome, Miss Barnes. Bye-bye.
Have a blessed one. Producer Jay, was that another caller that I heard dinging?
Oh, it wasn't.
Oh, I thought that was another guy. Okay, I'm sorry. So
I hit the button to mute her so you could talk.
You know, look, St. Louis can say the stuff I can't say. Okay, she can string some words together. She can loop them together like I can't. So listen, y'all, the rodeo. Although, and it's intended, if Flint had extra money, we don't. Why is this the second year he's paying for the rodeo? Because he puts his name on it. Flint is giving a rodeo. We can't give food to feed St. Mark's or the Franklin Street Mission or the East Side Mission or Pastor Hicks. But where's the money? You know, we be paying for a rodeo, but we can't feed the people. This is crazy. So where's the rodeo money? Councilwoman Winfrey Carter's asked for it. She asked for it, I think, this last meeting. I've asked for it for February. I've asked for it in April. I asked for it last year in May and still haven't gotten it. So how much are they spending? Okay. Caller, you're on the line.
Hi, Tonya. Can you hear me?
I can hear you.
Hello?
What's your name? Where you calling from?
Okay. I'm Sine. I'm in North Carolina. I posted earlier. I posed a question earlier about why they haven't sued the people in those meetings that are being kicked out.
Oh, yeah.
I just wanted to call you and commend you for the fight. And this is just a testament to on a Saturday. I don't even watch normal TV anymore. It's always on YouTube, from Dalton to you guys. I've just been mesmerized by the amount of dysfunction in those two cities, and then now Harvey. But I just want to commend you for staying in the fight. I don't understand how you put up with it, you and the other councilmen that are there, obviously for different reasons than the other four. But I hope you maintain where you are and you don't lose sight of the end game, because I'm a believer that you get back from the world what you give to it. And looking at Liddell and Machette every week, 3 or 4 times a week when they have those meetings that are just non-productive, just know that there will be a day when they have to answer for the things that they've done. I mean, the dysfunction between the two of them in the 2 meetings, looking at them yelling and the decorum, I just don't see how you do it. So I just wanted to encourage you to stay in the fight. As I said, there's something mentally wrong with Candace. You cannot behave like that and there not be something internal that is deeply bothering her inside, from the inside out, and it shows. And Liddell, there's just no words. It's really no words. And I hope that the people of Flint will remember this when it's time to vote, because voters have short memory. And when they are not personally affected by things in their community, they tend to forget. But this is not one of those things you can forget when it comes up to vote. When it comes to voting, vote these clowns out, people in Flint. Take back your city. And the only way that you can do that is building a strong coalition and getting behind people who mean well for your community. So stay in there. And again, I applaud you for all your efforts, and God bless you all for what you do.
Thank you. Sending you love to North Carolina. Thank you. Patricia, we had a caller. Call back in. Are they on the line?
No, they hung up, but I'll put it back in just as soon as they call back.
Okay. So thank you. And thank you for that insight. Thank you. I have 2 sisters that live in North Carolina. So people ask who play. Look, we did not vote to approve the pay for the rodeo. It is not an emergency. That is being abused. It's not an emergency to go to the rodeo. It's not something that we need to go to the rodeo. It's not something that's going to help the residents. Y'all residents don't get to go to free. You just don't. Oh, Jerry said they claim only contributed $9,000 towards the rent on the grounds for the rodeo. Yeah, okay. Producer Jay, is there another caller? Hello?
Hello, Ms. Burns.
Yes, caller. What's your name? Where you calling from?
This here's Diane Thornton.
Hey, how are you?
Hey, I'm good. I just want to commend you on the air for all you're doing for us residents. We stand with you, beside you, front of you, and back. You keep fighting, and we're going to show up, and we're going to keep fighting with you. We're going to get this done. And we need everybody tomorrow to stand up. We're going to be there. You got to show up and show out. We got to put us back on the map with these problems.
Yeah, and this is Debbie and Diane. This is Diane. They're twins. They show up. Look, they ain't scared. If you're watching the meetings, you'll hear them say, the lady with the blonde hair with the security on her shirt. I'm like, listen, they don't play. They are Flintstones for real, from the heart. And look, it is all of us together. I do it for the people and y'all do it. It's us supporting each other. We are all in this together. Whether you live here or the words coined outsider, I appreciate whether you live here, whether you're not. We are in it together. And I appreciate each and every one, because it's not just me. I'm just doing what I know to do. And it is because of the people. It's because of all of you. And it's bringing together community in the worst way, for the worst reasons, but it's bringing together the community. And that is something when producer Jay, he literally call me like 3 o'clock, and he ain't the only one. And they be like, oh, you ain't sleep. Anyways, these are things that keep me up at night because my mind over processes. Do we have a caller on the line?
They hung up, but I'll put it in. Your other caller was still here, but
okay.
Well, I just wanted to let you know that we, as residents, appreciate everything that you're doing, standing up. Do not bend. Don't bend. We're with you, and if that budget isn't balanced, so be what it be.
I'm not putting us into it. I'm not putting us in administrative consent debt. I'm not doing it. And but look, we're gonna get this. I will see you tomorrow. You can put the caller through, the other one, producer Jack. Caller, you're on the line. What's your name? Where you calling from?
Hey, Tonya, this is Matt. I am the owner of the channel MCC, Michigan Constitutional Crusader, and I just wanted to commend you for being one of the few on that council that actually gives a damn about the people.
Thank you.
And thank you for trying to stand up for me about that whole monopod tripod thing.
You know, here's the thing. The tripods may not be that flattering up close, but you know what? We got bigger issues than a tripod. Honest to God. It is not an issue for me at all. I believe in freedom of speech. When I taught school, my students, we said the Pledge of Allegiance, and we sang the Star Spangled Banner every morning. Now, I sing off key, but my students always knew it. Thank you, for calling in and expressing your opinions. And we have to respect everybody in those chambers. That's where I stand.
I agree. You have a wonderful day, man.
You too. Thank you. Next caller, please. Look, call in if you want to. Caller, are you on the line?
Hey, it's Sheena B. How are you?
Hey, Sheena Beck. Sheena is our moderator. She is from North Carolina via Memphis, Tennessee, via around the world. Hey, Sheena, what's going on?
All these other places, yes. Okay, first off, I wanted to commend you for another fantastic show. We appreciate all the information that you are able to provide to us all. Tying up all these loose ends, connecting the dots, throwing a little shade. It is always the best. Also, I also want to commend you for being not just a representative for your ward, but you represent Flint in its entirety. Residents, we know, call you from all wards. When they can't reach their own, even when we're on the phone and you have to call me back because somebody from such and such and such and such is bored, they have a problem because they can't get to their own person. Tonya Burns puts that cape on. She puts her construction hat on. She puts her light on her car, and she's out the door to take care of business across the entire city. So I do appreciate that you show us that, you give us the facts, and you produce receipts. As my good girlfriend Jessica Stewart says, you show your work, and we appreciate that. I also want to give a shout out to those in the chat. Y'all are effing amazing. You guys, we appreciate your support so much, and I know Councilwoman Burns does too. Thank you so much for allowing us into your space as well. We understand the complexity of the Flint political atmosphere, and we know that there are so many who don't trust and don't understand why outsiders care. But there are those of us who actually give a damn beyond notion. To us, it's more than just YouTube videos every week. We understand that these are people's real lives at stake, and that these are real issues that can impact any community throughout the United States and throughout the country, specifically those that are heavily marginalized. So, excuse me, I appreciate you. I just wanted to say that and call in and chime in and let you know. And we thank you.
Thank you. And I want to say too, my colleagues, Dennis Pfeiffer, Jerry Winfrey, and Jonathan Jarrett, I appreciate them. They are real thinkers. Jonathan, I actually campaigned for him, so it was serious for me. I knocked doors. So I appreciate Councilman Jerry Winfrey Carter, our most senior councilwoman, and I appreciate Jonathan Jarrett and Dennis Fife. I appreciate them because they're thinkers. They're independent thinkers. We don't always agree, but what we do is err on what's right for the residents. What's right for the residents. And that part I appreciate and I love about them. And they are all family. They're family oriented. They're family. So is there another caller on, Producer Jay?
Yep, go ahead.
Caller, you're on the line.
Well, hello, Miss Tonya Burns, Councilwoman Tonya Burns.
Our senior caller, I was just calling your name. Our senior most councilwoman. So tell us about the rodeo money.
Listen, I wanted to tell you that I did receive an email from our CFO as far as the rodeo, right?
Okay.
Well, they claim that they did not put in, contributed to the rodeo for last year. And for this year, they only put in $9,000. I don't believe that.
I don't either. Because he was around here dressed like Woody the, what's that cartoon? Woody the, God, because my kids used to, when it came out, with the little cowboy.
Well, I was told last year they put in $50,000.
That's what I was told too.
Now, come on now.
Yeah, that part. That part. I don't believe that. Just like when I asked Mr. Moore, was the budget balanced? Not yesterday, the day before. He said yes. I said today, yes. I said, show me. And he just stood there in silence. He lived a Toy Story. Thank you. Thank you, brother. He stood there in silence.
There's too much going on. And really with that, and you can tell that rodeo was being used as a campaign ploy because last year he was giving out tickets to the rodeo.
We didn't get any tickets.
Now, I'm sure.
Did you get? I didn't get any.
I didn't get any. I was gonna say, I'm sure you didn't get any, and I didn't.
I wasn't gonna get none.
Okay, because we not on the right side. We're not on his side, right? But I know some people who got tickets.
Wow.
To go to the rodeo last year.
Wow.
Okay.
Wow.
And the same is going on this year.
Wow.
But if it's, my thing is, okay, you have 8 council members sitting up there.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm sure that the city is contributing more than $9,000 to that rodeo.
Especially if he's passing out tickets.
Yeah. So the council members need to get tickets.
Then they'll be saying we with the mayor.
And my thing with the rodeo, and I want the residents to understand, I have nothing against
the rodeo,
and I have nothing against them having a good time and having entertainment. However, don't lie about the funding of that rodeo. And if the city is putting money into that rodeo, contributing money to that rodeo, the council needs to know. We need to be informed about that.
Absolutely.
And don't be using that $75,000 threshold.
Absolutely. I agree. And I will say I'm not against the rodeo either. And I'm not. But it's how they are doing it. It needs to be transparent, and when we look at that budget, and you are a mathematician, or was it chemistry? which is you still do works and still do your algebra and so on. I mean, it's just basic. I think second grade, first grade, you can do simple math. 64 minus 68 leaves you a negative $4 million balance. I mean, I'm just saying. I mean, you don't even need a scientific calculator to figure that out. You can do that on your phone. Right. You can do that on your phone.
That budget has a $4.2 million deficit.
So do you think we may be headed to emergency management if he keeps doing this? He had a $24 million fund balance.
Well, I have some strong opinions about that. I feel like that was one of the conditions for them to support Neely, to take us back into receivership.
Wow.
Yeah.
So that the state would take over Flint, that we would end up having to be combined with the county because we won't have assets.
Yes. Yep.
Uh-huh. Yep. And he don't mind lying. He had Mr. Moore up there lying.
Because I'm gonna tell you something, Tonya. They've been trying to do that for years. They've been trying to do that for years. Yeah. They want to have a city manager type government. Here.
Awesome. It's bringing people together, bringing the community together.
Yeah, it's been talk about that for years. I mean, talk even when I was probably in middle school, girl. Years.
Well, I'm agreeing with you with that because I look at the way he moves. He hasn't said anything about the water crisis. His wife, who is the state rep, hasn't said anything about the water crisis, the restoration, completing service lines. It's been quiet from our government officials. Even our senators don't talk about it, and our congresswomen, women don't talk about it. So for me, it is a problem, and it is like, don't talk about it, it'll go away. And they don't want us to talk about it. And Flint, why should we be? I'm not signing. I'm not that ACO. No. I mean, this is just crazy. And we look at how he's spending. I mean, he's paying salaries out of ARPA.
Yep. And then that check registry. Oh my God.
Listen, somebody went to LMA and I put up just that snippet on my page. And what was that? Maybe $1,400. I mean, she has beautiful. It's on University. Absolutely beautiful. I love her products. I love the products. But the thing is that what we should be doing? Right. And I didn't even notice that's what it was. I did not know that. And so
Chick-fil-A.
I did find out that. Yep, I found out for that. And then I didn't even see that it was McAllister's, but that was for the police had some type of fund or whatever. But here's the thing. They couldn't do that underneath emergency management. We got over 300 million in projects. We can't fund those type of things because we run the risk. If Flint has had 4 different separate emergency managers, and they need to stop. They need to stop.
Yeah, it's been too much. It's just been a lot of stuff going on with the finances of the city. And as a trustee of the city, I just don't feel comfortable about that budget.
Did you see on there on that check register that Fireside Lounge? I think that was 3,000 and something.
Yep.
I mean, yeah, right. I'm like, oh, they look, they was having a good time. Yeah, I'm like, oh my. So there's some interesting things on here, and them cards. Yeah, some very interesting things.
Yeah, it's been some abuse of city funds. I was at an event a couple of Saturdays ago, and I saw where the mayor's name was on a jacket and a T-shirt of the city workers who were actually putting on this event a couple of Saturdays ago.
this guy, this man.
I asked the question. I said, "Why is his name on that?" I mean, I can see the name of the department and their name, but for his name to be on the jacket, and I was told that I was actually told somebody got fired because they didn't put his name on city apparel.
Are you serious?
Yes.
Oh my goodness.
So that's a mandate. If they purchase it, if any department purchase city apparel, they have to have his name on it.
That's crazy. That's crazy. So you force city workers to put your name on the, okay. Look, take a note of that, everybody. We need to be taking notes. So
we're not just making things up. We're not, really seriously. That budget has some definite concerns.
Mm-hmm.
And I don't know. It's just not right what's going on.
Well, I'm agreeing with you. And I know I'm glad you called in. I'm so glad.
Yeah, I had to call in and talk about the rodeo. Because
oh, that is Ella J on here. These folks, how much did Ella J? Oh, they spent $1,629 at Ella J. Now they could have got us some shea butter, whipped shea butter. She has wonderful projects. They spent $1,629 at Ella J. Wonderful products, but I had to pay for mine out of my pocket. Now you can't tell me you getting what products you getting from Ella J? What products would you be getting?
I'm wondering what department did that.
I purchased those products and they're great.
Mm-hmm.
It's a lot of stuff that's on here. That's a lot. The Fireside when they spent $3,500. I mean, it's 90 pages, approximately 80 entries on each page. So I know Dennis has sent in some of his. I have not finished going through all of mine. And I know you have your copy and you're going through it also. Interesting. Well, look, I appreciate you calling me. And look,
I'm getting ready to go get my fish dinner.
Look, I'm gonna be headed up there also because you know your girl ain't cooking.
that fish. The last time they had that sale, that fundraiser. Oh my God, that fish was so good. The spaghetti was good. Oh,
Spaghetti
man.
was good. It
Girl,
was
I
good.
can't wait.
Yeah. Show me the money. Said, look at the P cards. Absolutely, we're gonna look at the P cards. Hey, we got another calling coming in. I will see you probably up here, JWC. Talk to you later.
Call from Michelle Young.
Hey, Michelle, how are you?
I'm good. How are you, Tonya?
I am good. I am good. What's going on?
Well, first, I want to thank you because you know the strength it takes for you and Jerry and Mr. Cypher and Mr. Jarrett to sit there in such a chaotic and hostile environment, to me, is crazy. You guys need to ask for some EAP services, because that has got to be a mental strain on you, not just at work, but at home.
Let's say it again.
I don't know how you're doing it. I want to thank you. Thank you for doing it, because that's a great service that you guys are giving to the city to combat such madness. I would think that somebody would have to intervene at a private company if they worked in such a hostile environment.
Mm-hmm.
And I don't know how you're doing it, but I think
I do it prayerfully.
Again.
Well, I appreciate your support.
I don't blame you for walking out, because if the purpose is for city council is to do the things that the citizens need, not government, but citizens, you're there to support and help the citizens and be the liaison with the government, the city. And if you don't allow the citizens to speak, how do you know what their needs are? You know, and to shut all the people down like that, they don't care anything about the people who voted them in. You have to engage. You have to engage with the citizens, and it's like they don't want any engagement. They don't want to know what we need help with.
No, they don't.
So I just want to make sure you know that if nobody else appreciates you, I appreciate you.
No, thank you.
And then
I appreciate everybody.
I want to ask you this, Tonya.
I'm not making no chicken salad.
The mayor will come and discuss his portion of the budget with you guys.
Nope.
Well, I would not approve anything until he feels that it's important enough to be present where the people speak. Do not vote yes. I don't care what pressure you get from Mott Park, Glendale Hill. What's another subdivision you have? I don't know the rest of them. Don't do it, Tonya.
I don't even want people to put, Mott Park has never pressured me to do that, actually. So I don't know where people get in Glendale. They have not. They have always stated their opinion, but never said you must do this. They have not. You've got a person who recalled, or put in a recall for Dennis Pfeiffer. She's not in our ward until 2026. I explain why I vote. They have never put pressure on me to do anything. They have not. My vote has always been my vote. I'm very a methodical thinker. I do my research and I defend it because it's my vote. They have never put any pressure on me. And so people have put that out there. And I saw someone had put that out. Someone had sent it to me. They have not. My vote has always been my vote. I voted for RX Kids because I know that we talk about infant mortality. It affects minorities and people in poverty more. And I do not believe if you pregnant or that's going to entice you to go have a baby because you're going to get $500. I think that was the most ridiculous thing. We educate ourselves. We know better. We do better. I don't believe it entices people to do that because you have to have the baby to get the money. And not just that, more people, well, I know parents from married and single who are benefiting from it. So my decision, my park is not, and not even Glendale Hills. You know, my decisions are mine and I explain them. People who looking for something wrong with me, they gonna find it, they gonna turn it, they gonna twist it, and that's what they do. I let them have it. My vote is my vote, and my reasoning is my reasoning. And I look at how I vote from many different aspects. If you have children and newborns, extra money is gonna help. You know, we need to make, and then making sure, and then the moms are, you know, healthy moms and babies, and you have fathers involved. You know, I had some fathers come to me and say, hey, thank you for supporting that because we couldn't afford daycare without it. You know, it helps with the cost of formula and the cost of food and the cost of Pampers. So my choices, but thank you for that, Michelle. I appreciate you.
Yes, and then I just wanted to ask 2 more questions. One, you said that the Chick-fil-A was for the police, and how much money was
that? Was for the Sapphire program. That is what I was told, that the Chick-fil-A, they paid for catering for that program. They had a week long and they paid for catering.
Okay, so since they're so generous with the money, why aren't they going put something in to help these Job Corps students that's getting ready to be out on the street? Mr. Generosity.
Well, Sapphire is a good program, I will say that. But I think that
I understand that. But if you're generous with just some food, how about some housing? Because these kids are about to be out on the street.
Usually when you go to a seminar, you pay to go. That's just what you do.
Oh, you pay to go to the Sapphire?
Not that I know of. We paid. I don't think we do. I don't think they did. You know, and people have to understand we don't have this money, and the money is just not there. And those expenditures add up. We have a $4.2 million deficit. They're asking us yesterday, to pass a deficit budget.
Right. Because when you said Chick-fil-A and you put it up, then I looked and I said,
it's McAllister's, the Fireside.
The same day.
Mm-hmm.
It was the same exact day. That could have been a couple of roofs or something, you know.
Absolutely. Well, that's what our state reps should be making sure, the needs of the community. Residents have said over and over again that they want home repair. They want new in-home plumbing. Our Mayor Neely is just want to use $510,000 for in-home plumbing. He fired the lady who was getting us free $300,000, Faith, and she got it. He fired her.
Mm-hmm. Well, Tonya, keep up the good work, keep the faith, and just like you said, when they start disrespecting you or the people, it's time to go.
I'm getting up and leaving.
It is what it is.
That's right.
All right. Well,
all right. Talk to you later.
I might see you and Gary today down getting a call from
Carl Lewis.
Okay. See you, Michelle. Hey, Carl, how you doing? Carl, did he hang up?
Hung it up.
Carl, call back. Listen, y'all, donate to Producer J, $, Cash App, Producer J, 1987. You see it going across the bottom of the crawl, literally going slow across the crawl. You'll see it at the bottom. So listen, Carl, if you're on it. So listen, those are some of the things. Hello, caller, which name were you calling from?
It's Carl Lewis.
Hey, Carl.
From Flint, Michigan.
What's up?
Hey, what up, though, man? What up, Councilwoman Burns?
Hey, look, just call me Tonya.
I got one thing to say. You
say it.
JWC, Jared, and Pfeiffer, y'all need to go and get ahead of the game. All y'all need to go to each other ward together and get out here and let the people know. Everybody, all 4 of y'all go to each ward together and get it in front of the game. Because you know Neely got the bag, so we got to get in front of him. And all y'all need to go to each other ward together and go to the people and explain this. Because everybody don't watch Facebook and YouTube. You get what I'm saying?
No.
And that's all I wanted to say. They got boots on the ground. We got to put them on the ground for the real deal.
Yeah, I agree.
Right. And love y'all, and All right, producer Dick.
What day your show comes on? What day does your show come on?
I'm on vacation. But I'm on vacation, but he come on every night. He doing something, you know what I'm saying? He got his own thing, you know what I'm saying? I'm just on vacation.
Okay. All right. Well, kind of look.
Okay.
All right. Thanks. I will. Have a blessed one.
Jason, we the people.
Hey, Jason, what's going on?
Well,
Jason.
He hung up.
Oh, he hung up.
I put him back on when he calls back.
Okay.
Oh, your caller's calling today.
They calling. So there's a person in here, 2Guard1. I support Ms. Burns' politics, but she needs to be more professional. Burns needs to, I don't know, walking and arguing doesn't help anyone. Okay, 2Guard, I'm not doing this.
Jason, we the
Hold on, Jason. Hold on. Just stay on the line. Hold on. So one of the things I get up, I talk to the city attorney. Whatever I do is really my business. Okay.
What's up? Is it Tonya?
Yep. Hold on. So it's not getting up. Then I also go talk to the staff. So up and arguing, stop lying. I'm not going to lie to put no lies out on me. You can go somewhere with that garbage. Okay. So you don't like my politics. It's clearly my politics is making sure I can make an informed decision on what I vote on. So, okay. Thank you, Kawana Mac. So, Jason, you got the flow.
Hey, what's up? I'm going to try not to cuss and be my normal self on your show. Just out of respect for you. But basically, I want to talk to your moron city attorney who does not understand what a supremacy clause is. The supremacy clause means any rule, statute, ordinance, anything of the sort that is in conflict with the United States Constitution renders itself null and void. No duty to enforce, no duty to obey. What part of that makes you think I need to sign in? Number one. Number two, this is the only council I've ever been to that thinks you have to sign in, period. What is going on, Flint?
Flint is its own unique place. It is.
I see.
It is your own unique place.
Right. Yeah, I was going to read something that I put it on Jedediah's podcast and Jon Snow's deal and whoever else he sends it to. But it's funny that they had a fit and kicked us out and shut the meeting down because that was the intentions anyway.
Well, I saw a video of you guys walking behind the police station and talking to the officers. And I'm like, a black man couldn't have did that. He would have got thrown out. You were behind the gate. I watched it last night. You were like, oh, look, go around here, go down the stairs, go back up and look, how much they spend on this lock? A couple $100. The officers were talking to them. You asked them their name and badge number. They gave it. A black man couldn't have did that. I'm just saying. Because they put the gate up to keep people out. Man. I'm telling you.
There's an auditor called the Armed Fisherman, and he's out of Florida. And he walks around, he's a black guy, and he walks around public beaches with an AR and an AK strapped to him with a big old "Don't Tread on Me" flag and gets a standoff with 20, 30 cops and then takes them to court and sues them and wins.
Listen, you were behind the new fence yesterday. And I was like, oh, wow. You know, I know that, and as a black woman and as I'm a mom of 2 black sons, that I know there are differences. You guys were very respectful to the officers and they were very kind to you, you know, because that lock gate part, no one is supposed to be able to be back there. So I was like, wow. I was like, and they were very nice to you.
If you watch the first video on the Michigan Constitutional Crusaders page, Matt kind of had the better footage. I somehow muted my phone because I'm an idiot. That's what happened. But anyway,
they put the gate is worthless if it is left wide open with no signage. There you go.
Yep, that's it.
Yeah.
That's it. And even if they had signage with their gate closed, there's 3 open sidewalks that walk right into the back of that building. So even if they did have it properly signed and a gate closed, you would have to do a lot more than that to make it restricted. So that's why we walk back there. But we don't walk back there. I mean, Metcalf, I heard about Metcalf arresting Eric Mays, and I heard about him breaking that old lady's arm. Metcalf is not going to be with the force too much longer, because that's the first one I'm filing on.
Well, I appreciate you coming in or calling. I appreciate you calling, and I respect your right to speak. Say that again. I didn't hear you.
There's good cops and there's bad cops. There's good council people and there's bad council people. I mean, we got the FAP 4 and we got the, the F4. I don't know how to say it politely. But is there a meeting tonight? I heard word that Sheldon's trying to call some special meeting. I'm headed up there to check on the door to see if he actually posted it or not.
It'll probably be Monday. It'll probably be Monday. So I have to check my email. They'll probably post it on Monday. I haven't seen Sunday. I know he probably shouldn't be trying to post no meeting on the Sunday because he all them Jesus crosses, all them crosses on there. I know he's gonna respect people's right to exercise their religion. So I know he is. But listen, Jason, are you going tomorrow to be with Jedediah tomorrow?
Oh, absolutely am. 1,000%. And I'm bringing a bunch of, the funny part is people think I'm nutty. I'm about to bring a lot of my tunes with me. Jedediah is uniting the, what I call the lowlife, kind of like my people, the thugs, the bikers, the ones that everybody thinks ain't going to talk, that are actually talking and becoming very good friends right now because of all this tyranny. So it works out well. Help unite the people. Keep being more of a tyrant. It'll bring us together. I like it. Keep it up.
And let me say this. The bikers are really, it's like a brotherhood. And your fellow bikers stick together. And I mean, it's something, what is this? It's this one thing that they have that is it in Texas that they take it over? And there literally is so many bikers are like a brotherhood. And we have, oh God, what was it? Where they would protect the people and they would show up and just line the streets. I can't think of the name of that they would do. So I have a great respect for bikers. And we have many biking organizations that are here. I'm saying my secretary, her name was Terry, may she rest in heaven. Terry was a little white lady. And she was like, I was a part of the honeybees. And she lived in Burton. And she was a biker. And I had to tell Terry at the time, because she was about very protective. I had to tell her, I said, Terry, when my husband calls, I need to speak to him. Well, I know you busy and I know we had stuff that we had to do. And I said, Terry, if my husband calling, you have to put him through. She wouldn't put him through. She was straight business. When I said I wasn't taking no calls, I had some deadlines. She would not even put my husband through. So, and it
that's hilarious. But that's how it is, man. They I call them the freedom fighters. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
It's not just bikers. There's all types. You know what I mean? All types of creeds and sexes and races and all types of stuff. And I mean, dude, we're about business. We don't sleep. We don't eat till the job's complete. Like I put everything on hold so bad. I was so backed up over this Jedediah stuff and this Elijah Redwine I'm helping and. Man, dude, it's just like, good Lord. But what do you do? Sit here and let tyranny happen? I doubt it. That'd be on that's a hill I'll die on all day.
Right. And so that's what I want to say. So that when people come together, regardless of race, class, we come together for a love of our country, a love for fellow humanity, that is what it should be, a love for a better quality of life, love for lower water rates. Because look, I can't afford my water bill. Listen, I'm living in the college house. And look, I do need Liddell to take her $75,000 with her hustle that she got from a nonprofit, and she can pay off the balance of my water bill because I'm just able to pay a little bit at a time because I stay in court and I'll be back in court on Tuesday. So she can, sure enough, that little $75,000 with her revoked status for her nonprofit, she can pay off the balance of my water bill if she that concerned. Because look, the water is still on. I'm like everybody else. I make payment arrangements. I've been in court so much now with this ridiculous council. It's just ridiculous. It's ridiculous. But I love that people come together for everything. That we have common bonds, that we love our family, we love our children, we love our country. We want our families to have a better life. We want education. We want good paying jobs. That these are the things that when people say, I love my country, when you are proud to be an American. And so these are the person I am. And then I respect the right to speech, whether you don't like me or not. I forget the one guy who told us all off, but he had a right to speak.
Oh, that's right.
But they didn't let you speak.
Right there, and he's living.
Right. But they didn't let you speak. I'm like, oh, here we go. And my attorney.
Yeah, but I went to another township before, and the people seemed like they were kind of ganging up on this lady, and she was putting a stopper on it or whatever, and we flipped out, you know what I mean, and kind of ringed her, and she ended up getting a hold of me, and come to find out, it's only her and one other person that are legit the ones fighting for the people on the board. So yeah, everything's switched now. Now it's a bad day for you.
Yeah. Well,
but we're not perfect, man. We make mistakes. We don't know, what's going on.
I make them every day.
I know one thing. I can tell you that Carter, you, yourself, Dennis, and Jarrett are obviously for the people. Ray Charles and Stevie Wonder can see that one together.
Look, they're blind. So even a blind man can see.
The blind man can see it,
I appreciate you calling in. And listen, as much as you cuss, you did not cuss. And thank you for respecting my platform. Thank you. I appreciate that. Jason, I'm going to see you tomorrow.
Idiot, just most of the time.
I appreciate you. I'm going to see you tomorrow.
That you will. I also, I want you to know something, because now I just got released to say all this stuff yesterday, and I know all the jacked up council kind of watches your stuff too. Hey, you know how God always says that, he's like preparing stuff and puts a table in the midst of your enemies and all these different, I could go on and on about that. You're a church going lady too. You've heard them a lot. You ready for this?
I'm ready.
Your little Flint council in Genesee County has had artificial intelligence crawling it for 3.5 years following the money. These bots are trained to do nothing but follow the money. So if you, like for a normal human, if you form 5 or 7 different shell corporations and do all this, stuff they do to make stuff hidden, we won't be able to follow it and see it because we're human. We can only process, around about 100 words a minute. Well, this thing's rolling at, I think, 23,000 words a minute, and it don't sleep. And there's a bunch of them. Dustin created them. That Dustin on the chat guy?
Uh-huh.
And there's a lot.
Listen,
there's
Jason.
Investigations going down.
Jason, you guys were giving. Producer Jay just put this up. You were recording and claiming you had cramps in your fingers and giving the middle finger. What was that about?
Well, because if you're silent and you're just you're not creating a disturbance or doing anything like that, they have zero right to tell you anything. I can go in there with a sign, and as long as I'm not blocking people's view and everything else, my sign can be like, Candace, you're an ugly pig face, whatever. And Liddell, you look like Shrek with a wig. You know what I mean? And they can't do nothing to me about it. Nothing. I just sit there the whole meeting. So that's why every time they said something, Josh started it because it was hilarious. So I just followed him.
So also, you guys were putting your fingers up the whole meeting then.
Yeah, no, my arm was getting really tired. Like we were legit giving ourselves finger cramps.
Oh my God. Well, listen, Jason, I will see you tomorrow. And it is good talking with you. And I appreciate you for respecting my platform. I truly do.
All right, Miss Tonya, you have yourself a good one. And just remember, keep fighting the good fight and no weapon formed against you shall
prosper. Oh, say it again. Thank you.
All
right.
Sometimes you got a nice lady like Mary Magdalene, but then you got the Looney Tunes like Samson. See what I mean? God has a different group of everybody for everything. Time for war, time for peace. You know, it says it.
Yeah. All right, Jason, I'm gonna let you go. I'm gonna see you tomorrow.
All right. You have a great day. Stay blessed.
You too. Okay. Listen. Producer Jay, before we oh my God, you can't make this stuff up. So Jason, so tomorrow, I think it was 2:00. I think 2:00 that everyone will be there. And I do want to close with this. I'm gonna send this to you, and I believe this is the same guy.
Let me say something too, real quick. Yes. I'm sorry. Just to put this out there for, you got trolls and you got people that watch stuff and will make something out of nothing. Don't think Jason was saying physical harm about Metcalf and all that stuff. I think he was talking about legally.
Right. And Metcalf is from the streets. Metcalf ain't even worried about none of that.
Yeah. So, but
thank you for clearing that up.
Yeah, I don't think he was. Well, I know he wasn't, saying any type of physical harm or anything like that. He was saying legally. So we just need to clear that up.
Right. So, and that part. Thank you for sharing. So I do want to, before we close out. So when people decide to, we're gonna give him the highlight of the Weirdo Award. So can you put up the one picture I just sent you, which I think is the same person who posted over in Flint Politics. You can go out to that Flushing house if you want to, but that's where I live. I'm gonna suggest you don't. So he had made this same post. He looks like the same guy because they will use fake pages. So here he used Mike Shoemaker. Councilwoman Tonya Burns, will you be attending a necktie party? So I have turned this over to the police before, and clearly this guy has put the telephone number up of the house out there where my ex lives, and show up if you want to. And no, I won't be attending a necktie party because if you approach me, it's not going. The coroner will be taking you home. I don't play with crazies. I don't deal with racists. I'm not going to do that. I just simply don't. This is a hate crime from this individual. Now, I sent you some of his other weird pictures. I sent you some of his other little weird pictures that he sent.
Yeah,
the weirdo. So now he's under the name of Mike or somebody Prevail. And so I don't know if I sent those. So looking kind of weird. Ronald Prevail is the name that he's using. And so looking kind of weird. And so, no, I'm not going to be at a necktie party. And if you approach me, I'm going home. And he's going to be going to the coroner, the shoemaker, or whoever. Now, necktie party is to hang me. I'm a Black woman. You want to hang me? I mean, come on. That is, what do they call the words? Oh, my God. We've been on for 4 hours. We're going to be getting off. So I just sent you one of his other pictures with his weird self. Looks like he's the same person. And he's over there being weird with these people. And so, yep, that's him. Yeah. And it looks like that other picture was him using the fake name Shoemaker. And so under here is Ronald Prevail is who he is underneath this one, and switching it up. Now, you can show up there to that house if you want to, or you can show up to where I actually live, okay? And it was funny because I remember the first time, because the mayor told journalist Bria Jones and tried to get her to do a story. Yeah, let's leave that creepy one up of him. And so he made that post over there that he wants to recall me. I don't live in the city. Look, Ronald, I'm not going to play with you, or Shoemaker, whichever name you are. Because I'm really not, I'm not that type of a person. Don't let the skirt and the heels fool you, because I'm not going to play with you, period. And so leave that up, please. So for 5 years or 6 years, they've been doxing my family and my friends, including Liddell Lewis, and my family came to speak to Liddell Lewis regarding this because she uses fake pages. We know during city council members, she's on my page. Now, I'm taking care of council business. She's on my page watching. Oh, she's streaming live. She's streaming. I'm not streaming nothing. Yeah, she's streaming live. She's doing it. She's so worried about my page. Now, she's the likability expert. She can't get anyone to like her page or follow her show. So this creep weirdo who is clearly stalking capabilities, run up on me if you want to. I'm not the one going to play with you. I'm simply not. I don't have the mentality. So when people sit back and try to judge, just weirdos that I have to deal with, like this individual, which is a problem. He's on Facebook, Ronald Prevail, there's his name, with his weird self. Gonna go to a necktie. No, absolutely not. No. Look, I am not my ancestors, okay? Slavery was abolished in 1865, okay? Not gonna happen. So what I want is for everybody to have a wonderful weekend. So when you have weirdos like this who think he's out, show up over there if you want to. He's retired from the Flint Police Department, okay? And he can't stand racist folks. If that's what you want to do, okay? If that's what you want to do.
To do what must be done.
Come on now.
Oh, that was that funeral music for him.
Listen, I'm not gonna play with him. Necktie party. He's put up some other stuff that I have given to the Michigan State Police. I got some jerk that calls all the time. I send him scriptures. The one who is conflicted. It's just crazy stuff. So when people don't understand that when I'm literally trying to do my job, which is beyond my job, budget, the ACO order, I'm not signing. Actually, look, reading mine and getting the understanding of it, and going through why I'm not voting for, why I'm not supporting, how we gonna pay for these millions and millions of dollars of projects, making sure service lines are completed because they're not, but they're having celebrations when all these people in here do not have their service lines replaced. Making sure with our budget that they want us to pass a deficit budget for the fiscal year 2025, 26, 27, a deficit budget, and asking us to pass a budget where we're taking 64, they pass in 68, and said we're going to get the money in July, August, September, October, November, maybe, that they asking me to pass this, and why I'm not. That look, y'all tell us where it's not going to hurt. You overspent. Mayor Neely came in with a $24 million fund balance, a $24 million fund balance. When they want to try to say that these people ain't going to have no jobs, I don't know. But what they should have did is not hire people that they couldn't sustain their salaries. Either I help him fund his deficit budget, putting us closer to getting in emergency management, or we make the tough decisions. Why are they even putting salaries and paying for them with the ARPA? That's not what ARPA is for. People died. We had a global pandemic. That was to help get our city back up and going because we had people who died of it than many other communities because of the health care, of having immune systems that were compromised because of the water crisis. And he funding salaries off of that? How dare he? That money is not for that. Don't people people here in Flint, that money that Congressman Kildee sent us was to help make our community whole. He paying for rodeos. They paying for salaries out of it. People here, because the immune systems were compromised because of the lead in the water, the TTHMs in the water, because of the Legionella. We had a higher rate of people dying in our community. So I'm not going to change what I'm doing. You know, I'm not. Where's the opioid plan? We have a, you know, where are these things? So these are things that I'm doing. And so when people don't understand, when they being critical, and I'm going to tell you, I get calls every day from all over, and I get people say, why are you staying? I know Jerry Winfrey Carter gets it. I know Jonathan gets them. I know Dennis gets them. And if you think we sit in those seats and we don't think that we can leave all this behind, it's because we love the community. We want better. We see a better future. Because they drag us, and what we need this community to do as we fight for is for y'all to come together to support us. Support us. We're creating transparency, and they mad as hell about it. I make sure I bring a component. I bring my colleagues on so they can talk. I did a car tour with Dennis. Dennis has been on before. Jerry comes on anytime. They know they got an open door. Jonathan has not been on, but they got an open door. What we need is for your support, not your condemning us, because we get that enough from our colleagues in that hostile work environment. What we need is support, is for this community to come together, because I don't want to see us in emergency management. That's why I showed you the history of emergency management. And what are the steps we have to prevent? Let this administration decide where they think the cuts should be less. This is not a balanced budget. According to page 61 of the Flint City Charter, it tells us we must pass a balanced budget as mandated by the state of Michigan. It doesn't say in the first Monday of June. Not July, not September, not October, November, December. June. Those monies aren't in the city coffers right now. And it's a deficit budget. He had a $24 million fund balance. Go ask him where the hell is that money. Ask him where is it at, as he lies on the previous administration. So, Producer Jay.
Yes, ma'am.
Y'all tip the DJ. Tip the DJ, because you hung in there. I want to tell you thank you today. So donations currently accepted. I think they said the Cash App, somebody corrected. Producer J, $ producer.
Oh yeah, that's the wrong one. Let me put the other one up.
Yeah.
That was a terrorism one.
Listen, I don't want y'all to know I appreciate each and every one of y'all, because it literally takes time. I try to take what's in my head and put it out there. So please kindly donate to Cash App, $ producer J 1987. Please kindly donate to Cash App, producer J, or $ producer J 1987, because nobody sits up there, the four of us, and don't do it because we see and believe, and leave that up when I'm talking, and believe there is a better Flint. I have had conversations with each of those people who have said, I don't know sometimes that I can't do it. I think every day I can't do it. And if y'all, the time I spent to doing, preparing to give you information, resources, actual stuff, so they can't say, oh no, that ain't true. That ain't true. I give you work cited. I show you where I get my information from. My colleagues ask intelligent questions because they're intelligent, independent voters. I don't go in there and say, hey, we vote for this and that. I know how they may think because I know where their heart is. My prayers to ask for God to continue to guide their heart in their decision-making process. And that I trust that those three are God-fearing individuals. And I'm going to tell you, there's times where they held me up and didn't know it. It's times when I didn't have the answers and they held me up. What they knew was my heart for the people. And it's the same for me with them. I know their heart. So when somebody attacks them, it pisses me off because they could be doing something This is a part-time job for $25,000 a year. Don't ever think these people are doing this who live in the city of Flint, who live on the streets they say they live on. They're not doing this because of the money. Oh, take their money, stop their pay. Hell, we underpaid already. We talking to you about the budget, bringing it to life, telling you the service line's not repaired, showing you was 10 years ago, 300 million in unfinished projects. Now it's got to be a 900 million because we know that cost of labor, cost of material, and now we got tariffs. We know that those costs have went up. Showing you that where's this money coming from on these check registers that took months and months and months to get, and they buying nice. I like the whipped shea butter, don't get me wrong, but that's not responsible. I don't expect the taxpayers to pay for my shea butter. Leave that up for donate because I'm gonna finish out. Because we have got so many violations in this ACO. When they sit up and tell you during lying Liddell Lewis that late Councilman Murphy was improved. I don't know what they said to him and urged him, but we had several meetings. You can go back for the past year, go back from September 24 back to 23. And you'll hear him say, every time we talk about this ACO, we don't have the money. You heard it on here for yourself. We don't have the money. I do not want to vote to approve projects that are millions of dollars and we don't have the money. They coerced him to come in there to vote on that ACO. End of the week, he had unfortunately passed away. He was so sick, and I told Quincy, I said, you need me to take you home? Him and I were working on, he didn't support the House of Esther previously. He turned around to say, I support the House of Esther. He had a change in his heart, but he had them on his back. They were on his back, pushing their agendas. We ain't got the money for this ACO. They should have left underneath the state. The state broke us. I read it to you, how we came under emergency management. They refused to treat the water. Let them fix the infrastructure. We can't afford it. We got a $4.2 million deficit budget that we cannot afford. Donate to Producer J, Producer J 1987, because he done been on here with me, y'all, for folk. We was late coming on. We ain't gonna say how long. And so the next time Liddell says, I'm not gonna be on there for hours, you need to, because you will learn you be lying. You will learn that there's still people in your ward that don't have their service lines replaced. You find that you need to go knock their doors. You find out that people been abusing the P cards and abusing purchases from on the check register. You find those things out. You find out that on the TMF we have multiple violations. You find out we don't really know how the rodeo getting paid for. It's things you find out. And you find out that on October 23rd, 2024, you violated the Open Meetings Act. You violated the First Amendment right. You took action you took action at a council meeting and you didn't have a quorum. So come get educated, Liddell, Candace, Leon, Judy, because you violated the Open Meetings Act. So you can come on the Tonya Burns Show and get educated that you can't take action. You cannot decide to put down I'd like to put a motion on the floor. Support. You have 4 people there. You learn how to count 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Not 1, 2, 3, 4. We can't do nothing. You'll learn that you can count on the Tonya Burns Show. It takes 5 votes to approve anything. 5 votes. You'll learn that. You didn't have them on October 23rd. You didn't have them yesterday when I left, and you didn't have a quorum. You learn that you cannot send a certified police officer using the police officer and weaponizing the Flint police against the residents, against the lie with something we never voted on, with a made up lie. You're going to learn that on the Tonya Burns Show and in court, Liddell and Candace. We're tired of y'all garbage and mess. So if you feel inclined with the only thing thinking, oh, she doesn't pay her water bill. No, I pay all my water bill. But take that $75,000 you scam the city out of, and you can pay off my balance. Pay it off. Because I'm too busy in court fighting y'all breaking laws, fighting you removing me illegally, fighting because you're trying to silence the voice of the people. I'm going to do what I got to do. You took and scammed, which 3 of them on there got nonprofits. 3 city council members have nonprofits. I'm not into hustle the city using a nonprofit. It's not what I'm doing. I came here to help. Work with my colleagues to make sure every resident in the city of Flint has a better quality of life, to make sure we got money to pay for the service lines, the administrative consent order, making sure we passing a balanced budget. That's why I chose to run. But you can learn that on the Tonya Burns Show. It's a fact y'all violate the Open Meetings Act and the First Amendment. That's a fact. So next time she's sitting during council meetings worried about, because I'm not online. Producer Jay.
Yes, ma'am.
Am I online?
Oh, you own it.
No, not right now. I'm talking about when we doing the council meetings.
Oh, I'm sorry. Somebody just called 10 times trying to get on the show, so I was dealing with that. No, absolutely not. I can hardly ever get a message to you while you're sitting there. So
I know you've called me.
Oh yeah, I mean, yeah. Matter of fact, yeah. Matter of fact,
I didn't know it was on.
Yeah, a matter of fact, I called you because I sent you a message during the meeting. I called you because you didn't respond, so I just called.
Yeah. And so while she's sitting there watching that, she's literally watching the Tonya Burns Show while she's at council meeting. She should have been focused on this administrative consent order, focused on who getting all this money. But look, if y'all got some of them shade borders, the whip would drop your girl some. No, because them ain't cheap. They're about $20, $24. Okay, so listen, I'm not on there. My focus is really taking it is taking care of the business. That's where I stand. So anything you want to say before we close out? Because look, and let me say to each and every one of y'all, to my moderators, Sheena, Becton, and Patrick Jean, y'all rock. I appreciate y'all because we make sure we keep the flow of the information going. I appreciate because they are not people who live in Flint. And there are many people on here. I don't care where you live. I don't do boundaries. I had actually talked to Jedediah last night because I was watching, this is a short deviate, with the mayor from Harvey. I said, wow, it takes a lot for him to come on because he was taking some shots and some criticism. He really was. And I was like, oh my God. And I can see some of his things that's happening. I think he's an attorney. And so managing or protocols and procedures may not be his thing a little bit, but I appreciate him having an open dialogue. Mayor Neely would never come on the show and just take questions and people in the chat. He took questions and shots from people, and then he took calls when people called in live. So I'm going to give him that because that was true transparency. You'll never see Mayor Neely doing that. He staged picking up branches, put on a little highlighter vest and put a cap on like he was out picking up branches. And the press called him. They said, Mayor Neely, why are you now recording this? The storm was 9 or 10 days ago. Why are you doing it now? It was a photo op. It was a photo op. So listen, to my moderators, appreciate y'all. And to each and every one of you, no matter where you are, Sheena B, Patrick Jean, and to you, Producer Jay, I appreciate you for helping me provide the residents of the city of Flint, because Flint is not unique. We will see some of these same problems that you see them in Dalton, you see them in Harvey, you see them in other places that's a 4-hour drive. Okay. And so that is just the real thing. So I appreciate each and every one of y'all that are still on here. We still 200 strong. 200 strong. How long we been on here? Our Lord Jesus. Look, Beverly Lewis, hold my fish dinner if you up there.
Oh, they're going to talk about you now. They're going to talk about you. You going on 5 hours.
We talked about the budget, the AC give a shout out. He ain't gonna want me to say his name. Rob Benzick. Rob Benzick. Thank you for educating me on the ACO. Rob Benzick used to be the former DPW City of Flint. And by the way, y'all, we do not have a DPW director, Department of Public Works. The last one just quit. Was it last week or this week? Kenneth Miller quit. We do not have one. I met Rob. I started working with Rob in 2019. Rob began to educate me and share his knowledge. Rob Benzick, I appreciate you for sharing your knowledge with me. I appreciate it because he has educated me on so many processes. And when I worked for the city, ride used to be my ride, y'all, because your girl was getting tickets all the time downtown. And if you didn't want them little red trucks, you didn't get no ticket. I'm like, Rob, I need you to take me. All right, where you want to go, Tonya Burns? And I appreciated him because them tickets, I'm like, dang, when did the ticket people come out? I was getting tickets all the time. And Rob was like, look, I'll take you. And this was doing while I'm working because the machines wasn't working. And Rob was like, look, I'll take you. And them little red trucks could have parked anywhere. I was like, thank you, Rob. And he educates. So Rob Benzick, this is to you. This is to you that I understand what I'm talking about. I understand the Administrative Consent Order, the TMF report, that I understand the water optimization plan for the water, our system. I appreciate you. And you may not have wanted me to say thank you publicly because I know you'll be watching sometime, but I thank you. I thank you, my friend. I thank you. So, all right, y'all. Producer Jay.
What's going on?
I'm out of coffee. It's been out.
Well, you going to Walmart today because you got to make that chicken salad.
Michelle, no, I'm not gonna make. She always be asking, "You gonna make that chicken? Make your mama's chicken salad?" No, no. Jimmy said he was calling in and was told you're done taking call. Jimmy, I'm sorry, I am done. I am true. I'm Producer Jay. If you call, let's take one more call. Jimmy, oh Jimmy Mac, when are you coming back? So Jimmy, call in. If we take one, you're gonna be our last call. If you the one called 10 times, now if you that person that was talking mess, but what was the number from?
5 something.
5 something.
503 or something.
Or was it 305?
Yeah, what 305? Hold on.
If they start cussing, just hang up.
No, the 508.
Okay. All right. So if he called, look, Jimmy, call in. I'm gonna take your call. Michelle, I ain't making no chicken salad. And Beverly Lewis, hold me a dinner. I want spaghetti. And what else coming? I don't even know what comes. Oh, and potato salad. And I want pound cake with my dinner. Oh, Jimmy.
Jimmy got 45 seconds.
Jimmy on the line?
No, he ain't here yet, but he ain't called. But I guess we'll give him a few minutes.
Purple Haze said, I don't know who these look. I didn't finish going. I don't know who she is. We all been working our way through the list, and I don't know if they're gonna find out. And I'll probably we got Jedediah. I don't have no free days. My kids tried to plan the whole thing last week, and I'm like, trick no good, y'all. I'm not cooking, and so they did the little cooking. I'm like, I'm not cooking nothing. Oh, I do want to send you this. So save the date. Save the date where we have got did I send that to you? I thought I sent that to you.
I mean, I know what you're talking about, but you didn't send it.
Okay, I'll send it to you. So save the date. July 19th. We are going to have save the date. Burning with Burns Barbecue. So July 19th, save the date, save the date. I wanted it to be something that was my idea. was to have something that people were comfortable with. And thank you, Sheena Beckton, for making the flyer and helping out. I appreciate that. So save the date, Burning with Burns Barbecue. So July 19th, we will have drinks, food, good vibes, music. We want you to wear your denim and your favorite tea. And then we're going to, Stephanie is going to be in charge of the classic cars because she has a 64 convertible Impala. So that's her job. But we're going to have that. Y'all, I want, come be yourself. I didn't want fancy because I want people to be able to, everybody got jeans and a t-shirt. You don't have to buy a new outfit, but you must have your jeans and the tee. Wear your favorite. Hey, Jimmy.
Hello?
Hello, Jimmy, you're on the line. Where you calling from?
I'm calling from Boston, Massachusetts.
Hey, how are you? I think I've talked to you before.
Yes, once before. I just want to offer my prayers and tell you to keep your head up. You're a beautiful woman, and don't let them two people keep getting on your last nerve. Godspeed, Miss Burns.
Love you. Thank you. Sending love your way too. So,
all right. Bye-bye. Have a good weekend.
You have a wonderful one too. So listen, thank you, Jimmy, for calling in. Y'all, thank you for and that encouragement is gonna be for all four of us. JWC, Big Five, and the double JJ. That's for all of us. Keep your head up. It's a song that they wrote. Keep your head up. Was it Tupac? Anyways, who responds all these potholes around? You know what, Dashley? Say today, Burning with Burns Barbecue, July 19th. We are going to have a great time. I want y'all to show up. Jeans and a t-shirt. We gonna have a good time. We're gonna have a funky good time. And you don't have to buy an outfit. Everybody got jeans. And we're going to have a good time. So I don't care where you come. Save the date. Mark your calendars. Save the date. Mark your calendars. We're going to have a band. We're going to have food. We're going to have real barbecue, y'all. And and a fish fry. It's going to be fried fish there. And so we're going to have, and actually I am doing some of the cooking. So I am not, that 1 week before, I will not be doing any, I may do a few. But I will not a few. I ain't gonna be doing like these marathons. You may get 30 minutes, maybe an hour, because I'm gonna be doing a lot of the cooking myself in preparation. So, because I like my own cooking, and everybody dressing don't taste the same. Everybody macaroni cheese don't taste the same. It just don't taste the same.
Wait, you said what? You were gonna do what?
I'm making. I'm finishing up my show. I'll call you back.
You said
I'm making
30 minutes. Oh, hold on. You said 30 minutes.
I said an hour.
That was a lie. My detector test determined that was a lie.
I won't have time that week before, because look, this is what we having. It's gonna be fried fish because it's gonna be outside. It's gonna be outside and the inside venue. And then we're going to have a band. It's going to be outside. So we have a just in case, but the band is going to be on the stage outside. So we're having barbecue. We're having fish. We're having baked beans. We're having dressing. We're having greens and potato salad and candy yams. Is there a hotel? We do have Chris. Yes, there is a hotel. I have not did a block of rooms, but that's gonna be Sheena handling all that because she do that. She good at that.
Producer Jay might have to is Producer Jay invited to the barbecue? Is the question.
Do I have to invite you? You part of the hookup. Look, you part of the crew. You, Sheena, Patrick, Jean, Stephanie. We got Carol. I mean, we got a whole crew. What you talking about? Listen, save the date. Burning with Burns Barbecue. Yeah, and it seems to
be these in the street. You okay? So Rob Benzit, why aren't you fired?
Pardon me?
Why aren't you fired then?
Why am I not what?
Fired.
Fired?
Yeah, if you got $11 million worth of money and can't keep up with the restoration and you responsible, not the mayor, not this council, why ain't you fired?
Can I answer? Or
Yeah, answer. Since you responsible.
Well, are you going to let me answer or are you going to yell at me?
I'm going to do both. Answer.
Believe it or not, Mays got along with the Benzik, believe it or not. But that clip was funny. And I'm going to tell you, I would not know about what's going on if it wasn't for Rob Benzik with helping me when I get these reports with my questions. Because again, we do not have a DPW director. They keep quitting.
You could tell though, if Mays liked you or somewhere respected you, he gonna yell at you.
Oh, absolutely. And you're going to have an argument with him. You will have a fallout, at least one. At least one. At least one. I started trying to make Rubber tell Mays, I'm like, I can't let you be the last person I talk to because you be in my head, that voice. I would fall asleep talking to Mays sometimes because the conversation would be long. We would debate and go over everything. And this was even before I was on council, way before. He would come down to my office and just sit there and I would take him, to and from. He had his license taken then. And I would take him, home and wherever, places that we needed to go. I would take him, because Mays had a love for community. A lot of people, I think, misunderstood him. Not a lot, I will say some. They did. So save the date, July 19th, Burning with Burns Barbecue. Save the date. We're going to have a funky good time. So put it on your calendar, lock it in your phone. Sheena, and I know we have a lot of people from out of town. We're going to just have a good time and love on each other and party. Maybe I'll learn boots on the ground. Then they can say, I actually led a boots on the ground. Don't y'all know I know how to click the fan. I can do the 1, 2, 3 and then back over. And that might be all I got, y'all. I'm better learn to by then. Are we going to talk business or some Lord?
I want to run. Y'all want to talk business or some other shit?
Oh, God. When he did, I was like, did he do that? Oh, my God. June to it. Tomorrow, Flint is going to do it. They have put their mind to it, and they're going to get it right. That's good. Love you, Counselor. Sending you back to some love, Julie. Julian 724. Love you back. I think Big Shady 11. Oh, what am I doing? Let me get my Big Shady, get your plans together because you be having my back. You be having my back. So listen, July 19th, save the day. We're gonna have a good time. We're going to have a good time. And the planning, we've already started it. And I feel so good about it. I feel so good about it. We're going to have, everybody going to be there. Everybody. So this is, I want y'all, if you're out of town, y'all got enough time. That's why we put the save the date. So if you're coming from out of town, you got enough time. You ain't got to buy no new outfit. Just some jeans and a t-shirt. That's it. Because we're going to take some big group photos. Producer Jay going to be there filming. Right, Producer Jay? Look, I ain't told him yet, y'all. he going to be there.
Producer Jay, yeah, probably will.
Who else going to do it?
You got Paul Heron, and then you can get them 3G phones that he got and have him set them up.
The Tower of Power? I don't think so. So we're going to get off of here. So to each and every one of y'all, save the date, July 19th. We're going to have a good time. It's going to be a band, food. It's going to be a signature drink from Drinks of Essence. I ain't doing no bar, but it will be a bar there. We're going to have a good time. I will be doing the cooking, so y'all can't be dragging me. It's going to be me and my mama. But my mama making sure I cook the food her way. But I already cooked my food her way. She's a really good cook. So we are going to have a wonderfully good time. And then we have the election. This will be a reason to celebrate the upcoming election. The upcoming election will be, is it April 5th or 6th? April 5th or 6th. August. Oh, I'm trying to April. It's time to get off. This is the election that'll be coming up. So, anyways, we're going to get off her. Save the date, July 19th. Anything that you want to close with? But first, I'll thank you, Sheena Beckton, and thank you, Patrick Jean. I appreciate y'all. Sony ZVE10 will be put to work. Okay, Sheena. Anything you want to say, Producer Jay, before we get out of here?
Nope. Appreciate everybody for the donations. We definitely. Well, I definitely appreciate. Let me clean that up too. I said we.
I'll clean it up because I have not taken a dime from this because I appreciate what you do.
Yeah, I definitely appreciate it, and be on the lookout tomorrow. Once I guess the logistics is put out, we may go live on the Jedediah stream.
Yeah, I think he just went live, I believe, too. I think I got a notification. So go to Jedediah Brown on YouTube and check Jedediah Brown.
What is it? Advocate and navigate, something like that.
Yeah, investigate.
Investigate and navigate. That's right.
Mm-hmm. So investigate and advocate. You can get it just by putting in Jedediah Brown. So I'm good. Tomorrow he has an event tomorrow. We did put that up. It will be church service at 11 at the church on Dartmouth, and then at 2:00 they'll be over on Dayton Street at Maurice Davis's amphitheater. And thank you, Maurice Davis, for having your amphitheater there available to the people. That was very kind of you. Very kind. All right. Well, listen, Producer Jay, we out of here. And sending love to all of you. And most thank y'all for spending time with us this morning and into the afternoon. I appreciate y'all. So June, that the food we're gonna have. I'm serious. We're gonna have. There's gonna be some good food. So Producer Jay, look, I'm sending y'all love. Thank you, everybody. Thank you to my mods and Producer Jay. We out of here.
It's the Tonya Burns Show. Tune in right now. Like and share. Our city needs that vow. Flint City News got truth to share. When we fight the darkness, we repair. Won't give up. We're standing tall and proud. Voices rising strong, no longer shrouded. Residents deserve what's right and fair. Together we can lift the despair. We fight, we win, we break the chains. Tonya Burns won't stand out in the rain. Our city dreams will make them true. With faith.